are going to wrap up our coverage here on CBS 46, but please join us. We are streaming continuously live on CBS46.com and on the powerful CBS 46 app.
And welcome. This is breaking news, and we have live coverage of night 5 of protests on the streets of downtown Atlanta. I'm Rick Fulbam along with Sean Gables. We appreciate you joining us online and on the CBS 46 streaming app as we take a look at these live pictures. Police now positioning themselves in front of the state capitol, and you can see there's really only one protester, but now we see many more protesters behind her. This has been a peaceful scene. These protesters have been out in front of the state capitol for a little while now, but these police officers now in their tactical gear have really just arrived. They've just gotten there and they've gotten off of the buses and they've got themselves in position. And you can see by the reaction of that young man, and I'm sure that there are other protesters as well, that when you see officers standing there with batons and shields, it kind of gets you a little It
amps up, and it certainly increases the tension in the crowd. Barmel Lyons is on location, and Barmel, you have been speaking to some of the law enforcement out there, and they're telling you that it's quite possible this group is going to potentially face some gas being sprayed there.
Yes, right now, as you can see, I mean, officers are lined up right here. They have their tactical gear on as well as their gas mask. Now, what they've done is now officers are on the lawn of the Capitol, but they've made their way right here down Washington Street, and they're trying to move, it seems, protesters the other direction. Now, you can see some protesters speaking in their faces and talking to them. Some even laid down on the ground in protest with their signs up. At this time, all they're doing is communicating with the officers. Again, everything has been peaceful at this time throughout. They've walked from Centennial all the way to this area. But as the time gets closer to 9, it seems as though officers are getting ready to move protesters farther back.
We're just going to watch the images. You know, I often have to think, Rick, that, you know, some of these agitators, for lack of better words, I mean, he's angry. I'm not saying he's agitating, but certainly using the big hand gestures and the yelling at the police certainly is not a friendly conversation. At least it doesn't look like it. But I think also by knowing that our cameras are positioned there, I have to wonder if some of this is encouraging the behavior that we're seeing now in front of the police, where they're trying to agitate. And now we're seeing what we saw yesterday, sort of like Brittany Etney said, a cat and mouse game. They walk, the police department will walk in unison in the riot gear, but slowly start to push forward to peacefully get the crowd to leave. It's when they just refuse to move is when we've seen the arrests and then the tear gas being deployed. Yeah,
I mean, these officers are so well trained for this. And you have to imagine during their training, they have people up in their face. They know what this is the kind of thing that's going to happen. There's going to be confrontation. Some people are going to take it a little bit too far. Barmel, were you trying to break in?
Yeah, Sean and Rick, I just do want to note that one protester got a little bit closer, but the other protesters actually pulled that protester out of the way, saying, move back, don't agitate, don't start anything. Right now, you can see them sort of doing what they do in regards to saying, move, 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 moving people more back toward Washington and Mitchell Street so that they can get away from the front of the Capitol. Right now you can see a behind the shot view of officers as they in unison sort of push the community back toward right there on Washington and Mitchell intersection right there. Again, people are still protesting, saying we can't breathe. I can see right there, I can't breathe on the poster. That's sort of the atmosphere as tensions sort of grow higher right now.
Barmel, I'm just watching this and I'm not even there with you, and my stomach is in knots. We have had such a successful and beautiful showcase of some of the most inspiring images of protesters getting their message across, and then we see as the police and law enforcement are working in tandem. The goal is to keep it peaceful. We haven't seen any arrests at this point. There has not been any deployment of tear gas, but you can certainly sense this is becoming, the tension is heightened, and that the crowds are swelling, and we are fast approaching the 9 o'clock curfew. It is now 7:10 p.m. Ashley Thompson is also at a position at a different location. Ashley, let us know where you are, and is it still a lot lighter and more peaceful where you are compared to Barmel's location?
Oh, much more peaceful, Sean. I want to give you a look at the Fox Theater. That's what we're passing right here on the right. You can see they have boarded up the front of it, but this has been a very peaceful protest. They almost did not need to. We're passing over Ponce de Leon, and I was thinking about this march and just really in awe of how big it is. And I was thinking, wow, we're on day 5 and this many people came out. And I really think this is a growing movement. I think a lot of people on social media, a lot of people online want to be a part of something, and they want to be a part of change, and maybe they're asking themselves, what can I do? And so we're seeing a lot of young people get out here and march. And for a lot of these people, it is their first day marching in these demonstrations and these protests. And, this has been going on since Friday here in Atlanta. Now we're on Tuesday. And for a lot of the people out here, this is their first time marching. So I think a lot of people want to be a part of this.
Ashley, we're going to interrupt you for just a second and go to Barmel. It looks like they've deployed a tear gas. And Barmel, is it tear gas or is it fireworks or what's going on there? We can't hear Barmel well. We'll try to get her mic position, but if you're just joining us, this is live coverage just outside of the state capitol. There you are, Barmel. Barmel, we're hearing fireworks, Barmel, and can see some smoke.
Yes, take a look. You can see the smoke. I don't know if you can hear that. You heard that big boom. That was the tear gas being deployed. It's fogging up the air right now. We're here on Washington and Mitchell Street. That pushed the protesters. They started to run that way as it began to be deployed. Now, they just wanted protesters to move from in front of the Capitol. As we saw, they said move, 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 and then they pushed protesters in that other direction. And protesters went running the other direction to go away from the tear gas. And as it starts going inside, going throughout the air, we're trying to back up a little bit so we don't get it.
Okay. While you position and try to get away from the fumes, Barmel, let's go to Bobeth Yates. Bobeth, you're on the other side of where Barmel is. Tell us, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, so I'm on the back side where we just saw that flash bang go off. You can see the smoke from the tear gas that associated with it. What we're being told is that the officers are just trying to get the protesters away from the Capitol. And if you can glance back to the Capitol, now you can see some of those officers even making their way away from the group as, the protesters are starting to move away. Now, what's really interesting now, though, is this isn't just National Guard. These are law enforcement officers from literally every agency. We just saw some DNR officers on ATVs going by. We also, of course, the group that right now is clashing with protesters, they're from the Department of Corrections. So they came out with, of course, the same training they use on inmates. And they're, interacting at this point or going towards the protesters. But again, they say their goal is to get these protesters away from the Capitol and keep them moving as they pass Mitchell Street so they can get away from the Capitol. And at this point, all of the streets around the Capitol has been shut off to foot traffic, and there are officers or in gas masks and with their riot gear equipment, literally going every few feet till they cover every inch of that Capitol to make sure that no protesters get close. But I'll give you more details as it starts to develop on this side. Back to you guys in the studio.
And Bobeth, we're looking at the right side of the screen now where Barmel is, and Barmel, they are now making arrests.
Yes, they are now making arrests. Right now, I'm trying to move away from the area, but our camera, he has a gas mask on. He's really in the thick of it. And as you can see, I'm telling you, that tear gas is already starting to burn my throat. We tried to move a safer distance away, but if you look at the scene, it just looks intense with the smoke bellowing throughout the air. You can still see, okay.
It
You
sounds
can
like
still
the,
see Atlanta Police Department out there as well.
yeah, Barmel, you catch your breath. It sounds like from the audio that we can hear from the man who's being arrested on the right, it sounds like he says, "Why are you beating me?"
Yeah, it sounds like that to me too, but we don't know the context. We don't know if he is in fact being beaten. We have to get some more information on that. But you could see that this, this is now, here we are about an hour and 45 minutes from curfew, and the police are really not wasting any time. Looks like they're trying to allow people to march, but they want to keep them in a certain area, which makes sense from a tactical standpoint. You want to try to keep them in an enclosed space and not have them be all over the place, especially so that when the curfew does roll around, they'll be able to do a sweep and clear the streets a lot more easily.
It's just to see the polar opposites of what's happening outside the state capitol, where protesters are being arrested and tear gas has been deployed. Brittany Etney, you've been at a location where there are like a 4 or 5 year old child who's on the shoulders of either his parent or grandparent, and it has been absolutely peaceful, and the police have been hugging protesters.
Sean, it's changing right now. I want to point over here to something that's been developing. So in the past 2 minutes, a large group of the protesters have come back down this direction towards the CNN, and the crowd size has nearly quadrupled in the past minute or so. Right now, we do have one protester who has been very vocal. We saw her temporarily detained by police earlier this afternoon. She is getting into some kind of verbal altercation with several other protesters here. I also want to mention how the response by police has changed a little bit. Coming back over this way, you can see that earlier, all afternoon and evening, I've been talking about how the bicycle response team has been the very front line. Well, in the past 30 minutes, as the energy has changed a little bit, we do have additional police and responders moving up to form a second and third line. We are sorry for any obscenities or anything offensive you might have just seen. It's a very fluid situation, as you can imagine. But again, Rick and Sean, you're really going to see this crowd. It's maybe 500 to 1,000 people at this point. It has just completely changed in the past few minutes since you guys came out here to me.
I'm curious, Brittany, as this crowd starts to escalate in terms of tension and a bit more of aggressiveness, that young boy he was with a guardian or an adult where he was on his shoulders, are they still there? Or did they leave?
Actually, Sean, I just turned around to check on that. I do not see that young toddler on the shoulders of that man any longer along the front line here. But in the past, I'd say 15 minutes, we have had this scene change in energy. And what happened that kind of brought the extra responders out here was a glass bottle was thrown over towards our side, and when that shattered, we saw additional police head our way. We're going to get Richard, our photographer, to come show you how this second line of formation is coming. And now that's where you are seeing officers with the face shields. They have the gas mask, fastened to their waist. So we saw them kind of come forward once that glass bottle was thrown. And then now, as this crowd continues to build and all of those protesters came back to this main spot, Sean.
We're going to go back to Bobeth Yates. Bobeth, you were warning us before when those police officers came off of that load of buses and started marching in formation to the state capitol. You said they were preparing to tear gas, and that's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened. And we also just got more information about what their tactical procedure was. Well, it turns out that they just started firing into the rubber bullets into the crowd. And as they fired into the crowd, the group started running. And as the group started running, then they set off 2 flash bombs and then several, I think the count was 3, tear gas canisters. So right now we've been seeing a heavy presence of some of those protesters trying to run. And as most of them try to get out of the way or, leave the area, we're now seeing things calm down. Officers are really on this backside, dealing with less activity. Look at this gentleman right here. One of his friends, he lost them. Now he has 2 bikes and he's just trying to get away from all of the ordeal. But for the most part, this entire area has been shut down to foot traffic. So those protesters are being pushed back and they're just fleeing in every direction. And like a few minutes ago, we just saw a lot of cars just finally going down the street, and protesters just visibly upset, saying that they weren't even agitating at that point for this level of force to be used. So it just seems like, these more officers are coming this way right now. You can see as they try to, make their way on the other side of this protest. So it's definitely getting to be a lot more calm, but at the same time, more developments are coming out from, not more calm from this end, I should say, but more developments are coming out from, from the other side of this, Sean.
All right, Bobeth. Well, you have to figure that this being night 5, that police brass have studied the last several nights and are strategizing based on what they've seen and what they've learned. And so if they're blocking off certain streets, they must have a reason for that. At least I assume that they do. On the left-hand side of the screen,
yes,
you can see some organizers there. They're wearing the neon yellow shirts and using the bullhorn to try to communicate with protesters. Let's listen to this gentleman for a second.
100 years to a century to a whole lifetime. But what she didn't say is his spirit did not come back. And on today, 52 years to be exact, Dr. King had a dream that one day we would all come together as one. And that dream is now. It is now.
And so there is an organizer
It's 7:22.
invoking the memory and the dream of Martin Luther King. An organizer there on the streets invoking the memory and the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. here in the city, not far from the King Memorial Museum. As he stands there, you can see the George Aquarium in the background. And that message is being well received by all of the protesters who are there listening to him.
Earlier today, Governor Kemp held a news conference condemning the death of George Floyd and saying that it is the time to listen. And he says he's willing to sit down and talk to protesters, but he wanted it to be constructive. He also brought the state's top health director, Kathleen Toomey, Dr. Kathleen Toomey, to discuss the implications of having these massive type protests during COVID-19. In fact, they're going to be setting up testing sites for many of these individuals to get tested for COVID. First responders will be getting tested, as well as the National Guardsmen. We have seen this, Ashley Thompson, you're on location over and over again. We're looking at images. You have on a mask. Some of the other protesters have on masks, but there's a lot that do not.
There are, but I will say more people than not have on masks out here. Of course, a lot of people want to be safe. They just want to be a part of something. Right now, we're over a bridge, over 75, and take a look. It looks like all of the demonstrators are taking a moment of silence, so I'm not going to be so loud, but they've done this a few times on this march where they've kind of just stopped and gathered themselves, maybe knelt, have their fists in the air, and just really hold a couple minutes of silence. Looks like we might start marching here again. We are still headed down Peachtree into downtown. We just passed over Peachtree and Pine. And I gotta say, I stand corrected. I think a lot of demonstrators stand corrected, because I know earlier I told you we were going to Piedmont Park. And that's what a couple of the demonstrators told me. But the more I've been asking people, hey, where are we going? A lot of people don't know. They're kind of just following the leader out here, following the crowd, want to be a part of something special. But I was listening in to where Bobeth is and Barmel, and it sounds like there's a lot of activity and action up there. And I will say this march here that we are in is still a very peaceful march, and they've been marching for hours, and hours and miles. They've got that stamina. But this has been a very peaceful march. We're headed back downtown. We may be going to Centennial Olympic Park once again. That's where we continue to end up. But the more people I ask, hey, where are we going? I haven't been really getting any clear answers. So there are thousands of people out here, and they're all kind of just following one another and chanting and marching in solidarity and unity, and really wanting to be a part of this peaceful march. Cheering and clapping now.
Ashley, as you seek direction from which way you guys are going, have you got any indication of direction that the protesters, what will it take? What will it take to give them the confidence that they can stop protesting and their message got through? Is it about Ahmaud Arbery's investigation? Is it about George Floyd's investigation in Minneapolis?
Sure.
Are they giving you any idea?
Sure. I don't think it is about those cases, of course, and that's what sparked all of this, but I don't think that is the only thing it's about. I think it's about a systemic racist problem in our country. I heard Rick earlier talk about, these are the people who are going to grow up and be our judges, who are going to be police officers, who might be someone's boss. And so it's important to, tear down those walls and maybe those biases they have right now. So yes, while of course the murders and the deaths of those two are what prompted all of this, I think people are just really fired up and they're sick of seeing it and they want to be better than the generation before us.
And Ashley, we are fast approaching, it's 7:25, or about an hour and a half away from the curfew being enacted. This is now the fourth day of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms extending the curfew. MARTA has suspended streetcar service already, but they will operate everything else until 9 p.m. Ashley, you're doing a fantastic job. We're going to go to Astrid Martinez now. She's at another vantage point. Astrid, we've seen some pockets where the tension has grown high and that police have had to use those bullets, not bullets, but what are those things that they shoot with? Rubber bullets?
The rubber bullets.
They had to use the rubber bullets and tear gas. It appears that your location it has remained peaceful and no problem.
No problem where I've been. I actually started my afternoon here around 3 o'clock this afternoon, started walking with the protesters. You saw that from Centennial Park down Marietta Street, making it, all the way up to Midtown on Spring Street and 10th Street. And now we're back to the location where we started. And once I got here, I actually saw that different groups of protesters started coming from different directions, from Ted Turner that we see here, from Centennial Olympic Park Drive. And what I've seen is just a lot of energy, a lot of passion, and a lot of walking. They don't get tired, and as people see the crowds walking by, many of them stop and join in. You have people handing out masks so they can feel safe, and they put signs on backpacks saying free masks, just ask me. I had a gentleman walk up to me. He was wearing a backpack saying first aid. Do you need food? Do you need water? So they, themselves, the protesters, are making sure they stay energized for the rest of the evening. I know we're pretty close to that curfew. We see that there's law enforcement on top of the CNN parking deck. They're always there looking out for any agitators in the crowd, which, you do find some boisterous people that they either clash with themselves or with law enforcement. But for the most part here at Centennial Park, things remain just really on point, on message. You hear some crowds chanting before they were kneeling. And for the first time, too, I've seen actually National Guard come out of Centennial Park, and they're embedded here with the crowd. So they're talking to them, kind of maintaining that relationship, those discussions going. I don't see, any areas of problems for the moment from where I'm standing, but right above where the National Guard, is right here talking to a gentleman on the street. You look up top and there's a, really big friendly reminder, 9 p.m. till sunrise. And this is going to be the fourth night of curfew that is going to be enacted in the city, fifth night of protests. Every day has brought us a different sight, different sounds, but overall the message is to remember the people that sparked the conversation: George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many others before them. The passion that the group here has remains keeps reminding people of that message. And when I have asked them, what will it take for the protests and the marches to stop, they just want justice. They want change. They want the other officers in Minneapolis to be charged. I've spoken to people from all walks of life, some of them saying that they were actually home and they were inspired to come protest and join the marchers because of the rhetoric from our president. They felt that it was insensitive, that the way he spoke, instead of it uniting the country, was actually more divisive. And then I've spoken to people from the Black community, of course, who they've been fighting for justice and equality for centuries. So we have a country that's deeply, looking for unity, but a community also deeply hurting, and that they feel, of course we know that there's been a lot of injustice and inequality for them. We're going to stay here for the remainder of the night. Like I said, all of the crowds that did meet up from every different angle, they've just, been met with cheer and different chants, but nothing from where I'm seeing that seems violent. However, we do know that when it gets dark, that's when we start seeing the clashes. That's when we start seeing the National Guard come out from where CNN Center is and push them back. They usually block off this area in a square, making sure that people start dispersing. You can hear the chants, they're getting a little louder. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And that usually starts happening with new crowds, new groups of people join the crowd, which I'm seeing that is actually happening. But yeah, we're on the lookout for what else could transpire here throughout the evening. Of course, we'll be here all night and keeping you posted.
All right, Astrid, thanks so much. And we take a look at these peaceful moments and these conversations taking place between the National Guardsmen, the troops, and the protesters. And we really just hope that these scenes continue, because if they don't, and if we see some of the confrontations and violence that we've witnessed over the last couple of nights, it really does step on the message that these peaceful protesters are trying to convey. And it steals from some of the headlines and some of the attention that would otherwise be positive. But when you see the protesters acting up and causing destruction and chaos, they really don't do themselves any favors.
Let's go to Barmel Lyons. Barmel, let's go to Bobeth Yates. Bobeth, you've been watching the protesters along with the interaction with law enforcement. This is really probably the first pocket where we've seen an aggressive stance from law enforcement to move those protesters away from the state capitol.
Yes, it definitely was an aggressive stance, and part of what I'm being told is that they just wanted to make sure that, they didn't come really close to that 9 o'clock curfew deadline. But if you look behind me right now, the protesters are gone, and those Department of Correctional officers are now getting back on their bus. We believe they may be going to find another pocket of protesters to kind of move them along, because they were able to disperse this group very quickly. But as you can see, line by line, those officers are getting back on the Department of Correctional buses. There are about 3 buses. We estimate probably about 50 or more on each bus. So, they're going to get on the bus and head to another location, because all the protesters in this area dispersed. They actually went 1 block over and then went walking north up Central. So we're assuming they may be trying to actually, meet up with some of the other protesters that may be at Piedmont Park or some of those other locations. But right now they went all the way north, up Central, and we're seeing the Department of Correctional officers that helped to disperse them now getting back on their Department of Correctional buses, and will possibly be moving to find those other protesters. So we're going to continue to follow them and see where they go next, but you can definitely see that they're getting back on those buses right now, Sean.
Yeah, and Bobeth, it appears that the strategy by using law enforcement along with the National Guard is that what we saw at the earlier stages of the protest on day 1, 2, and 3 was that they were successful at dispersing the crowds, but then they would recongregate. It appears that this perimeter around the state capitol, that no one else is coming back there. Those roads are all cut off, and they still have a perimeter of law enforcement surrounding it. Is that correct?
That is actually correct. They used a slightly different tactic here that seems to be a little bit more aggressive, but working, because these protesters completely moved from the area. So again, they started off, when they confronted them, shooting rubber bullets into the crowd. Then they set off multiple bomb flash bangs, is what I'm told they're called, flash bangs, really loud explosions. After those explosions went off, then they set out multiple tear gas. And even though I was like maybe 2 blocks over, I still was able to feel and smell that tear gas. Granted, it did not impact me as much as it did like Barmel and the other crew on the other side, but we definitely still felt the peppery and that burning sensation that came from it. And those protesters went fleeing. They went walking north up Central, and now you can see those Department of Correctional officers getting back on their buses, and now the plan is for them to move and go to another location. But, so that's what's going on here, but I'll send it back to you because the officers are telling us to get out of the middle of the street right now.
All right, but Beth, you've done a fantastic job getting that information and sharing it with our viewers who aren't able to be at the protests, and they want to know all the information, and of course they want to make sure, is it safe to go back to work? There are still companies, despite the fact, Rick, that it is COVID-19, many companies have remote working for situations for their employees, but some small businesses, as we saw when they were going towards Piedmont Park, there are businesses that are open, and there has got to be a little bit of concern for those who drive in or live in downtown Atlanta. If these protests are going to continue, once the curfew is enacted, is it going to be safe for me to walk outside and walk my dog? Maybe that's not the time to do it.
Nope, it might not be the time. But you look at these crowds and you think, I just can't help but think of the sort of the juxtaposition of, we even heard one of the politicians say that we're still encouraging people to shelter in place. I think that was one of the city councilmen that we spoke with. Well, these are people that are not sheltering in place, and you understand why they're not, because they have a message that they want to get across, and it's hard to do that from your living room. But we've all been cooped up for so long, for months now, that I think it's probably lending to that feeling that people have sort of a freedom to get out and to march and to be around other people, sort of in a communal way that we have not been able to enjoy for safety reasons over the last several months. I think that that's probably motivating a lot of the people who we're seeing marching. Not that the cause isn't motivation enough, but that they're probably getting a little extra motivation because they're happy to be out of their homes and happy to be getting some fresh air.
There are concerns from Governor Kemp's office. He held a news conference earlier today that he reiterated again that he is in support of every single protester that is protesting peacefully, but he has announced that COVID-19 testing will be taking place for first responders who may have exposed to COVID-19 because there is no social distancing, as you can see. Testing will also be conducted on National Guard's troop and other law enforcement members, and also the state will be setting up testing sites for protesters because Dr. Kathleen Toomey, the state's health director, said that there is a real risk of the virus spreading there because of just the fact of the closeness, some individuals not being able to wash their hands and some not wearing masks, and it's a serious concern. Let's go to Brittany Adney, who has been at this location that we're looking at here, and it had started out very, very peaceful, and there's been as we get closer to the curfew, Brittany, it appears that once again we're seeing something we've seen night after night repeated. The closer we get to the curfew, the more electric the crowd becomes.
Well, Sean, I have to tell you, it's an extremely fluid situation out here right now. With the shot that my photographer has up, you're going to see some laughing and some joking that I've been witnessing for the past 10 or 15 minutes between one of the protesters, the one in the white Nike hat, and the officer right there. They've been joking around and laughing. I've also saw earlier where someone in the crowd came up and gave some water bottles to some of the officers out here, and instead of them keeping them for themselves, they delivered them back out into the crowd to people who were thirsty, who needed water. Remember, you guys, we have been out here for hours. It is hot out here, so it's really easy to get dehydrated, and the crowd has been constantly on the move. So I do know that everyone looked really appreciative for receiving that little bit of bottled water. However, the crowd, I do want to say, continues to kind of come and go through this intersection right outside of CNN. So it's just something that we have to monitor, and the energy is just still kind of going back and forth as we get closer to that 9 o'clock curfew.
Brittany, we're looking at the left side of our screen. You can't see this, but I'm not sure if that's a volunteer or an organizer, but has a huge bottle of hand sanitizer and has generously pumped hand sanitizer into the hands of protesters who want to squirt to just make sure that they are getting rid of any germs on their hands. I'm not sure if the photographer we have at that location, if there's a reporter there that we could get an interview, because I would definitely like to hear how health conscious they are and helping protesters be able to exercise their First Amendment right and stay healthy at the same time.
I like to see this. I don't know who he or she is, but it's awfully nice to see. There we go.
And Sean and Rick, I can.
We're listening, Brittany. Are you at that location?
Sean and Rick, I can't tell what angle you guys are looking at because we have such widespread coverage from multiple crews here at CBS 46. But what I can tell you is what we have personally witnessed, rather, over the past few days, which is people coming out here with supplies. You know, you mentioned that hand sanitizer in bulk. It's waters, it's snacks, bananas, chips, because, you know, as much as we see this crowd collecting here, it's constantly on the move. You know, these protesters are walking miles every single day. And so some people are coming out here just to support those protesters, to make sure that they're physically able to keep going after long hours in the heat, marching, constantly changing locations. So we have seen those, you know, hand washing stations. We've seen the water available. We've seen the snacks available so that everyone can stay energized and continue the protesting. The shot that you were specifically referencing, though, that is not anywhere near where I am, so we can't leave. But again, this energy is very fluid here, and what we've been seeing from the past 10 minutes is a lot of the protesters honestly just kind of laughing around with these officers. So again, a constantly changing vibe. Sean, Rick.
Brittany,
All right, Brittany.
it's, you know, and earlier today, if you could just tell us some of the real special moments that you saw. We saw a 5-year-old on the shoulders of a guardian. We saw police officers at your location hugging protesters. We've seen protesters passionately speaking to a police officer with tears in her eyes. And it looked like the officer was being very tenderly listening and showing a great deal of empathy.
Well, you know, just while you were speaking and talking about some of those moments, Sean, I saw another protester and an officer shake hands, you know, finish out a conversation. So we're having these special moments, and it's really important for us as a news organization to make sure that we are properly representing everything that happens out here, whether it is aggression and tensions or whether it is peaceful and productive and positive conversations and special moments. Something that I have personally witnessed all throughout today. You know, it's a fluid situation, but there were some just very nice moments between the protesters and police, from praying, from an officer even boldly going out into the crowd hand in hand with 2 separate protesters. Right now, though, towards the front on the right side here, we do hear several protesters starting to kind of heighten their voices. They're starting to yell a little bit more, but it's just such a constantly changing scene out here that it's really kind of hard to give you one collective response on what it's like, because from second to second it's interchanging.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned that, Brittany, from second to second. Just watching just your images from your vantage point, you know, there's 1 minute we see the crowd cheering, the next minute we see they're agitated, and it seems like there's a heightened level of and you know, tension. When you have those moments of tension, what's causing that? Is it just the crowd itself, or has the police said something, or is it a bad actor that may have just popped up and then leaves again, and then the crowds return to being peaceful?
And Sean, my response can only be summed up as this is my personal experience and what I have witnessed personally. But from what I have seen, you know, literally 5 feet. All right, we've got Richard on the shot he is on right now. There were some, you know, heightened voices and tension. But if he moves left to 5 feet to his left, you still have the joking and the laughing and the camaraderie going on. So it kind of just depends on the crowd. And from what we're seeing, it really just depends on who kind of pushes their way up towards the front and what their mood or energy level is like. So it's just a changing front line, Sean.
It is, and you've done a great job of observing it, trying to share, give us a landscape view of everything that you're seeing from your vantage point. Brittany, thank you. We're going to go to to more reporters that we have out on the field. We have a whole team that are dispersed across downtown Atlanta.
Apparently somebody has passed out. You could see them being attended to and people trying to fan them a little bit. There's Astrid's angle on the left-hand side, but somebody maybe perhaps overcome by the heat or exhaustion or dehydration, but they are being attended to. We hope that they're okay and glad that they're getting help. We are now at 7:45, about an hour and 15 minutes away from curfew time here in Atlanta, and we know what happens as we get closer and closer to that 9 o'clock hour. It's when these peaceful protests and these conversations can sometimes get confrontational between the police and the protesters. The police have very definite ideas about what they want to do, what they want to achieve, where they want these protesters to go, and they're going to make sure that that happens. Let's go back out to Astrid, Astrid Martinez, and tell us, Astrid, what is the feeling like there? And maybe you could talk with some of the protesters as we get closer to curfew.
Absolutely. Actually, the feeling right now is of camaraderie. I've seen a lot of people come up and just smile, hug each other. They've been talking to the National Guard. I actually spoke to a sergeant major, and he was telling me that he doesn't want to get lost, that he's met so many great people out here. He says, yes, some people have been a little bit, confrontational or problem makers. He's like, but please don't let it be lost that there are great people out here. He told me, I've met some of the best, protesters and demonstrators right here in this corner. And I can vouch for that myself. I've seen people, pass out different items to each other so they can stay hydrated if they're hungry, so they can be protected from coronavirus. It's just been a beautiful display for me, from my vantage point of unity. And we see people all around on top of the buildings. They're trying to be part of this protest. They're also right here at the top of this parking garage. And I also thought it was really cool. Can I talk to you real quick? We're on air right now on CBS.
Oh, you want to talk
yes,
to me?
I want to talk to you.
Okay.
It's so awesome. He came here. What is your name? Chico, you said?
No, that's Chico. I'm Ja.
Okay, so you came here and you brought all these supplies.
Everybody
Your
else
friends,
over here,
all your
everyone over
friends.
here brought some supplies.
Tell me
for
what you
everybody
have.
out here free. We have water, we have chips, tampons, pads, napkins.
You thought of everything.
Everything and everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, so we just.
And you said you refused to take money.
Oh no, we're not taking no money over here. Everything is forgiven free for people who support everybody out here.
Thank you for being here, for thinking of other people. Tell me. Well, let me finish.
Appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that, my brother.
Tell me why you decided to come out here.
I'm out here to support for everybody who been through struggle. We get it different out here. It's not the same for everybody. It's hard. So we out here for everybody who's supporting us. To fight everything.
When it's 9 o'clock, which is going to be soon, are you going to be out?
I'd rather not. It's not worth it right now. We came for peaceful, and we did what we did. We supported, we protested, and it was all peaceful. After that, we done. We shouldn't be out here no more.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go talk to your lady friends right here. You guys also help. You guys twins?
No, we're not. We're not. This is my older sister.
Okay. So, ladies, you came out and helped bring out all this items for the people, the protesters as well. Tell me, why did you decide to come out here?
Well, today I was wanting to support because I've been out here the past 3 days, and as much support as I can for the people that's here because they're angry, and I just want to be as peaceful as possible. There's people out here that's been here since this morning, and snacks, water bottles, medical supplies. There's even, tampons for the ladies. So yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to have organizations like you guys bring stuff out as well, so that we don't have to empty our pockets, because we really want to be able to. We really want to be able to put our money where change is. So if we can have help from CBS 46, help bring stuff out so we don't have to, that would be impactful.
And donate to your local Black Lives Matter chapter. Donate to that.
And as much as y'all can donate to black businesses, Wisdom ATL, different companies around this Georgia, around Atlanta. Thank you.
A lot of nonprofits out here supporting.
Now, I have a question. Atlanta is known for obviously the city of unity, of love, of rising up. Over the past few days, what do you feel about all the demonstrations and the way that different people have demonstrated?
I feel like we have come together to make a statement to prove, we're not going anywhere until something is done.
And also, Atlanta is also known as a city of segregation, civil rights movement, a lot of bad things happening to black people. There's a lot of generational trauma. There's a lot of people that are in pain, a lot of immigration issues here in this city. So it's not just a city that has a lot of black-owned businesses, a city that has a lot of pain. And the change starts not even from within. The change starts, we have to take away these laws and these policies that are put in place because it was never meant for black people to thrive. And when I have this sign right here, I'm rooting for everybody black. I'm rooting for everybody black. Everybody black.
What's your name?
Kaija.
Kaija, tell me what would it take to make that change so that, sometimes the people say, okay, when are they going to stop marching? What would it take for you to
Rewriting the Constitution. The criminal justice system needs to be ripped down. Our black brothers, our brothers and sisters are locked up. How about y'all free the people that are locked up for marijuana charges while white motherfuckers are smoking weed on TV?
It's real. Thank you. No cursing, no cursing. We're in the East. I get it.
It's an expression of pain.
I understand. We're on TV.
Excuse
Can't
my
curse.
French. I'm angry.
I get it. Thank you so much, ladies. I appreciate you being here. Your passion. I love it.
Videos of a black man being, can I say this?
They just took me off, but
Can I say this to you?
Of course.
So you can talk to other
Of
people.
course.
You can know.
Of course.
As we take away Astrid's vantage point, we're looking at another one here. If the producer can identify the location of this shop, this is downtown Atlanta. It's still a peaceful protest. We are seeing the presence of both the National Guard and police. And as you know, we are under a state of emergency that Governor Kemp enacted the day after protest day one. That allowed 3,000 additional National Guardsmen to come and help, along with all other state agencies, to help ensure that it will be zero lawlessness in the city, as the chief of police has said for Atlanta. We have seen, honestly, for most of the day, it has been a peaceful protest. It has been a range of individuals, ethnicity, black, white. We have seen ages as young as 5-year-old toddlers to the elderly. It has been a day to get the message across that Black lives matter. Let's go back to Bobeth Yates. Bobeth, you are seeing a presence of, we're starting to see that those armory trucks come in with the National Guard. We saw also the pocket outside of the state capitol became a lot more tense than what we've seen anywhere else throughout the city. Some of the protesters there got shot at with rubber bullets, and tear gas was deployed, and all the streets surrounding the state capitol have been shut down.
Yeah, all the streets around the state capitol have been shut down, and here you're seeing some of those National Guard troops. These are the ones that were lining the capitol. They're actually leaving, so they're gotten back into their truck now. You can see all of them just kind of going down Washington Street, trying to get out of the area. Right now, for the most part, they're going to just be lining up, and then they're going to leave this area in one huge convoy, but there still will be police presence in this area. So don't believe because all these people are packing up that they're leaving. They still are going to have, if you look to my right, there's what you call a Bearcat. This will continue to be in the street, blocking the road towards Capitol just by Martin Luther King and Washington Street. And then there will still be officers patrolling around the Capitol in addition to that. So you'll have the Georgia State Capitol Police, and then of course some Georgia State Patrol officers also around this area. But I also wanted to point out that I just had a conversation with one of those Georgia State Patrol officers, and they said the key was to secure the Capitol. They wanted to make sure that when it comes close to that time for cutting down, that 9 o'clock hour where protesters are supposed to be away from here and things tend to get rowdy, they were not close by the Capitol just in case something happened and they tried to vandalize the Capitol. So that's why they said it was so important for them to have this heavy presence here and to make sure that these protesters did not get close to the Capitol area. We're also told that they were talking to some protesters prior to this, telling them that they wanted them to leave. And they said the key for them is dialogue, just like you've heard some of the other reporters talking about before when Brittany Edney was saying, they had a lot of dialogue with the officers. The patrol officer that I spoke to, his name was Shaq, and he said, you know what, if we are able to talk to them, we know we can find a balance between what we're doing and what they're doing. But the key for us was we needed to secure the Capitol and get everyone away from it. And they did that successfully. Again, now troops, the National Guard troops, and some of the other officers here from either the DNR or State Patrol, they're all packing up. They're all in their vehicles. They're getting ready, most of them, to disperse from this area, with the exception of the few that will be still stationed out here just for security purposes. And pretty much, Sean, that's really the update we have right now. We're going to continue to watch this because the one road has just been opened, so you can see a little bit of traffic and some MARTA buses going by. But the roads exactly adjacent to the Capitol, those have been closed. But previously, they had even the roads going a little further back shut off. But now they've opened up the roads that were not exactly adjacent to the Capitol. And we're moving just a bit where you can see as those cars and Jeeps kind of line up, Sean and Rick, and you can see them heading back away from the Capitol. They're about to get on the road and head out of the area.
All right, Bobeth, we'll let you do some more reporting and get back to you in a few minutes. And it's not surprising that there would be a desire to protect the state capitol. Oftentimes when there are protests that get ugly, they go straight for the most symbolic buildings to try to do some damage. And so obviously the images of anybody doing any kind of vandalism or destruction to the state capitol, those are not images that anybody wants the general public to see. Ashley Thompson is out again among the protesters. And Ashley, as we get close to that 8 o'clock hour and we get to about an hour or so from curfew, tell us what it's like where you are.
So right now we are at Marietta and Forsyth, and things were going relatively smoothly, but not long ago somebody was arrested, I'm told, and it's in a police cruiser up here. It's a little hard to see through the crowd, and so the crowd started surrounding this police cruiser, really, and there were just 2 police officers in the middle of it and that car when almost out of nowhere, really, the GBI came swarming in, and there's some Department of Homeland Security cars here now. The GBI is now surrounding the car. And a lot of people are just standing here, putting their hands up in the air, saying, hands up, don't shoot, hands up, don't shoot. We have really come to a stopping point here at this intersection. Seems to be a lot of tension right now between those officers and these demonstrators who are here. Somebody told me this person was arrested for a possible theft, but she said that she didn't know if he stole anything. So the details surrounding this arrest are a little unclear right now. But yes, that's why everyone is kind of come to a stopping point right here at this intersection. I mean, it was pretty amazing to see the GBI just kind of come out of nowhere and clear the street just to get around this car to make sure those officers were safe up there. So things were going smoothly as we were continuing to walk down Forsyth here, but we have just now come to a stop because of this incident. No telling when we'll start to march again.
Ashley, I'm just looking at your shot, and it appears that the crowd definitely has become more dense. Has this been a convergence of several other groups all getting stopped at this one location before the march continues, or did it just grow in size as you kept marching?
You know, I think it's a little bit of both. I've seen some people continue on, but a lot of people are stopping right here. You know, there was a man on a megaphone over this way who, to our left here, who was telling the crowd, you know, we are not against police, we are against police brutality. And so I think they might be having a little bit of some dialogue over there up ahead, but over here to our right, yes, these people are still surrounding this car because they tell me somebody is inside of it. They want that person out.
And for the most part, outside of that one arrest, is that the only one that you've seen at this point today?
That is the only one I've seen so far. Remember, you guys came to us a few times as we were marching down Peachtree, and everything was fine. There were no incidents, no arrests, no violence. Everything was going very smoothly. It wasn't until we got to this intersection that things kind of came to a halt.
In fact, when you talk about on that march, as you guys were walking down Piedmont Street, it was almost as if it was joyful. There was a lot of laughing and a sense of camaraderie and lots of smiles, and it was absolutely beautiful to watch. And it looks like, you know, we're closely approaching the 1 hour mark before the curfew goes into force, and it doesn't appear that anyone is starting to backtrack and trying to find transportation to get home.
Not at this point, not right now, because we're kind of just staying put in this one location. I know the curfew's at 9 o'clock. Those people we talked to earlier today told me that they were going to leave. They said they were going to abide by that curfew, but certainly over the past few nights, we have seen people who do not want to abide by that curfew. And so we'll just have to see, Sean.
Well, Ashley Thompson, you're doing a great job. We'll continue to monitor your vantage point and to see if this crowd is allowed to move forward, or is this one of those strategic spots where the National Guard, Rick, and the police department is going to start blocking the crowd even further out from going back into Centennial Park.
It does seem like they're trying to set up almost a perimeter to keep the protesters in an enclosed or a confined space, city space, so that when the curfew does come, they'll know where everybody is and they can get them to disperse a bit more easily, or at least in a more organized fashion. We really don't know. But you can see out there, it really is kind of getting a little bit tense, a little bit louder. These police cars that are sort of driving down the streets and trying to clear the protesters away reminds me of those scenes on Friday and Saturday night when things were at their most tense, and when those police cars were attacked by people in the crowd who were not peacefully protesting, or who decided that they were no longer going to peacefully protest, and instead they went after these police cruisers and vehicles and destroyed a number of them. And you'll remember the other night there were about 8 fires in total that the fire department had to put out around the city, around the downtown area. There were 2 police cruisers that were completely destroyed, a number of them damaged by these protesters who turned violent. And it was after that first night when we saw the chaos and we saw the mayhem that we heard from the police chief, Erica Shields, and we heard from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms that was not going to happen again. The police were not going to let that happen again. And so as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour, we are watching this police police force and these National Guards members and everybody who's there from law enforcement. They are implementing a strategy that has been well planned and well thought out. Now, these people in the crowds might not be aware of it. They might not know exactly what's going on and why they're being moved in certain directions or being stopped from going in certain other directions. But this is a strategy that is being implemented by the police to try to get these streets cleared come 9 o'clock.
We're going to go to another reporter that is on location to just get a sense, at least from this vantage point, it's that the crowd has become dense, has become a little bit more agitated. Brittany Edney, from your location, it looks like the police are still in uniform. We don't see, we're an hour away from the curfew, and we don't see those lines and lines of police officers in riot gear.
Oh, and look at all of the police officers now kneeling.
This is one of those moments where the crowd really responds to Atlanta police officers when they take that knee in a sign of solidarity that the message has been heard. That knee is reflective of so many things. We saw this with Colin Kaepernick. There was the argument from Martin Luther King's daughter, Dr. Bernice King, who said that she only wants to see nonviolent protests in the city of Atlanta, yet the critics are like, well, you had the nonviolent protests, you had the whispers with Colin Kaepernick, and that wasn't enough. And then you had the death of George Floyd, and it has created these types of protests not only in Atlanta but across the country. It's the voice of the unheard. They want to be heard. Brittany, you're on location there. You just saw the police officers kneeling. What caused that? Did the crowd chant and tell them to do it, or did they do it all on their own?
Sean, it was towards the front middle of this crowd that kind of instigated that kneel, and then we saw several police officers respond in kind. So again, just one of those truly nice moments that we've been able to witness since we've been out here covering this today. Right now, we do have a gentleman towards the front of the line speaking to all of the protesters. It's too hard to exactly hear the audio, but whatever he is just saying, everyone is clapping, there is cheering, and we're even seeing some officers here along the front line clap as well in unison. So we're still having those just really nice moments from this protest, Sean.
And Brittany, we are less than an hour away from the curfew. I know it's hard for you to see because you're only really seeing the front line, but can you give us some kind of scope of, has the crowd grown or is it starting to disperse as we get closer to curfew?
Honestly, Sean, from the days of coverage that I've been a part of, this is the largest that I've seen this crowd get at this hour in comparison. So we've got, just hundreds of people out here still. So how they're going to clear out in the next hour, it's going to be interesting to see. And if they will, I think that's the big question. But right now, again, it is that bicycle response team that is managing that front line as they have the bicycles tires to tires right in between themselves and the protesters. So we're not seeing the APD officers with, riot gear and mask and face shields and that sort of thing. It continues to be what it has been since 4 p.m., which is that bicycle response team, guys.
And Brittany, behind you yesterday, when we saw the bicycle response team, behind them they had a cavalry of National Guardsmen and those police officers in riot gear. Behind you this time, we're seeing some type of gas. Brittany, on the left side of the screen, who's the reporter at this location? Astrid Martinez, is that tear gas or is that fireworks?
All the helmets lined up from the gate going all the way back up the sidewalk. No.
Astrid, are you there? We're trying to see some type of some fumes in the air. It looks like tear gas, but I don't see the crowds dispersing and running, so it may have been fireworks. Brittany, if we can bring you back in. Yesterday, I was mentioning at your location behind the bicycle police officers, there was a cavalry of National Guardsmen and Atlanta police in their riot gear. Is that still the same case tonight?
Hey, Sean, difficult to hear you because just now I'm not sure what happened, but someone has arrived here towards this main intersection. I don't know if it was an additional group of protesters, but it was met with nothing but applause and cheers from the crowd. So again, this group continuing to gain momentum and size.
And I'll ask you this again, maybe you can hear it this time. Yesterday, when you were at this location, the scene was different. We didn't only just see the bicycle officers, but directly behind them were Atlanta police officers in their riot gear. We don't see that today. But behind you, if you could flip your camera around, is the National Guard on presence or is it just these police officers by themselves?
Yeah, we'll come over and show you kind of what the what a few lines back the scene looks like. We do have the National Guard out here in vehicles. They're not in any kind of formal formation, but they are out here in numbers, several dozen out here. They are hanging back, though. The main presence right now, really along that front line, continues to be that bicycle response team who does not have the riot gear, who does not have the gas, and conversations continue to be had in a calm manner, and we're still having those few moments of laughters and jokes between both officers and the crowd. So while we have those moments of escalation and where tensions will increase, it's just so fluid going back and forth. We're also having some really great dialogue that's happening and connections which are being made. Sean?
All right, Brittany, please stand by. We'll come back to you in a moment. Astrid Martinez joining us again. And Astrid, we saw a plume of smoke. It looked like from your camera position. Did you see it? You know what it was?
I did. It was actually a car that was revving up and, kind of just, it was in place using its accelerator but on a brake. So it was just more like of a car stunt. It was not anything any tear gas that was deployed by the military here. We have seen a new group of protesters join the crowd. If you see right here to my right, here's a vehicle with people sitting on top of it. So far, everything has been calm, but I know from last night when this started happening, they started tossing bottles from this side of the street to where National Guardsmen are, and that's what exactly the Guardsmen started pushing forward and deploying that tear gas. So I don't know if this is going to be the same scene that happened yesterday. Now I see protesters actually coming towards me. I don't know if the military are moving forward. I can't see from my vantage point, but I know yesterday, from what I saw, it's when the cars started infiltrating the crowds that things got rowdy. People became agitators and started launching water bottles and all different kinds of liquids into the guardsman's face. And it was the people that came into the crowds a little bit later in the evening, the ones that joined later on, maybe with a different message, a different reason to be here, that those were the ones that started the trouble. And a lot of other, people that were here peacefully demonstrating, ended up paying the price of that tear gas, which is not a good experience. We felt it ourselves. But for the most part, everybody that I've spoken with, they're passionate. They want to be heard. And even speaking to me off camera, if I said, yes, I understood it, and maybe, cut them off, they would be saying, okay, let me finish. So they just want to be heard.
Well, I'm sure they're glad to have your ear. These people that are walking in the opposite direction, these were people that were up against they were up against the blockade straight ahead, and now all of a sudden they've turned around and they're heading the opposite direction. I'm just wondering, maybe you can ask some of them why they're doing that. We did see somebody on a bullhorn talking to the protesters, and there was some applause. Even amongst the police officers, Astrid. Just wondering if maybe they were told, look, we're getting close to 9 o'clock. This is a good time to start heading towards your car or whatever you're going to use to get yourself home.
Listen, from the people that I've spoken with, most want to comply. The reason that they break off in different directions is because there are different people on megaphones, and the crowd just starts following whoever has a good message. But I don't feel safe going to people anymore and talking to them because it's getting late. People have been walking all day. They're agitated, and obviously they're hurt. And every time I do come up to them, if the conversation does start, peacefully, I end up getting yelled at.
I hear you. We don't want that.
I want to listen to them, but I think
hang tight. Let's listen. On the left-hand side, this is someone with a bullhorn in Centennial Olympic Park. Let's take a listen to him.
Okay? But listen real quick. I'm also trying to get this 9 p.m. curfew lifted. But listen, in order for us to get this curfew lifted, we gotta abide by it. Okay? We gotta peacefully abide by it. Okay? I stand with you all, and I have from the beginning, because I understand. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! So I'm asking y'all, I love each and every one of you. I don't even know you, but I represent the poorest communities in Atlanta that have been poor for 4 decades. And there's been no change in this city. So when we talk about no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace, I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart so I can continue fighting for you. There is a group that attempt to infiltrate peaceful protests. And I don't want to see that happen. I'm asking everybody, abide by the 9 p.m. curfew. That way, I can work to get the curfew lifted. So we don't have a curfew in this city no more. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! So please, y'all, I asked the chief to let me get on this microphone so that we can start dispersing, going back to our cars, walking back to where I just walked like 20 miles or 15 miles. I don't know. I'm hot as hell right now. 7 miles? Oh, it felt like 15. But listen, if we can start dispersing, going back to our cars, and listen, if you see an agitator, you tell them we're not here for that. I saw an agitator when I came in here, and we diffused it, so it did not escalate. That's our responsibility, okay? So I love you guys, and we're going to do this right today. There will be no violence. There will be no bullets. There will be nothing to harm you all, okay? No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! So y'all, let's start heading to our cars. I appreciate y'all. Hey, oh, let me make one announcement really quick. On Thursday at 10:30 in the morning, we are marching at MLK Center in my district to represent the funeral happening for George Floyd in Houston. We are marching together, and I ask that you all stand with me on Thursday at 10:30 in the morning at the Martin Luther King Center. Thank you guys so much. Let's start heading to our cars. No justice! No peace!
You are watching, I am pretty certain that is Atlanta City Council member Antonio Brown. He mentioned that he he actually serves the remainder of Ivory Lee Young Jr., who held the seat of District 3. Ivory Young Jr., he died of cancer back in November 16 of 2018, and Antonio Brown, who's a first time ever being elected into office, his first time serving as city council. He mentioned that District 3 is the poorest community in Atlanta, and he has compelled the protesters that he's speaking to. And that includes District 3, by the way, includes Atlantic Station. Antonio
Vine
Brown,
City and English Avenue.
yeah. Antonio Brown was saying that, from what he was saying when he was speaking on the megaphone, is that he did speak with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and he asked her, could he do this? Apparently he got the permission, and he stated that if protesters would go home peacefully tonight and that there's no violence, that he is working to get the 9 p.m. curfew lifted. He has asked the protesters to leave. I am trying to look from our vantage point to see if any of those protesters are starting to disperse and walk away. It does not appear that is the case. But he also said on Thursday at 10:30 a.m. that at the Martin Luther King Memorial Center, that he has organized a peaceful march to take place at 10:30 in the morning to represent and walk in tandem with the funeral for George Floyd that is going to be held in Houston. And there is reports coming out of the media in New York City right now that the Democratic presidential presumptive nominee, Joe Biden, will attend George Floyd's funeral in Houston. And boxer, what's the boxer that's the one that's won all money Floyd Mayweather. I can't think of his name. Floyd Mayweather is now paying for George Floyd's funeral. So there has been this has sparked. It's a cultural movement. It is a civil rights movement where these protests that you see happening in Atlanta are happening across the country, Rick.
They really are, and we are witnessing the next generation of young leaders here in the city of Atlanta, like the city councilman Antonio Brown, who's still there in our shot. You see him with the black baseball cap and the gray t-shirt. Not only asking people to go home, Sean, but also announcing what we heard from law enforcement earlier, which is that there are elements within this group of peaceful protesters who are not a part of that movement, who are not interested in peaceful protests, but instead are interested in causing trouble. And he said, if you see anybody out there making trouble, he was telling his fellow protesters, tell them that's not what we're about, that's not what we're here for. Antonio Brown urging people to peacefully go home. And on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see people walking with Mercedes-Benz Stadium in the background, walking home and getting ready for this 9 o'clock curfew. He said, if we don't abide by this 9 o'clock curfew, we can't get rid of it.
We can't get rid of it. You know, you were speaking about those bad elements that are coming from outside of the state. Earlier today, Governor Kemp held a press conference, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director, Vic Reynolds, he confirmed that he had seen intelligence that outside agitators from various groups and certain organizations were involved in the violence that has happened in the initial days of the protests here in Atlanta, including looting and arson over the weekend. We pressed him for answers, but he did not identify those organizations, but he said they did exist. We heard the same thing from President Trump. He tweeted that he believed it was Antifa, and that part of the reason why yesterday he decided to offer the force of the United States military if the governors needed the assistance because they couldn't control the violence in their communities. So again, if you're just joining us, it is now 8:18. We are a little shy of 40 minutes away from the 9 p.m. curfew to go into effect. This is now day 4 of it. We're in day 5 of protests here in Atlanta. For the most part today, from our reporters in the streets, and they're on the front lines walking with the protesters. This has been a very peaceful day of protest and a lot of eloquent speeches that we've heard, and we've seen dialogue with the police officers, with protesters, and a lot of cheers and chants from the crowds when they see the officers kneel on their one knee out of respect and solidarity. But we've also seen a pocket outside of the state capitol. They were the military, along the National Guardsmen, along with the Atlanta Police Department, had showed very little tolerance with groups that were peaceful there as well. But they repeatedly, you could hear them with loud mouthpieces saying, "Move, move, move," and then sort of like that cat and mouse that we saw yesterday. They would march a few steps and push the crowd back further, and then reposition and align themselves, and then march more steps and push the crowd further. Apparently that wasn't enough. We saw officers use the weaponry to issue out those rubber bullets, and then there was tear gas. They were able to disperse that crowd, but even at the compelling of Councilman Antonio Brown from District 3, he's asked these protesters to go home, and we're looking on one of a number of our cameras in Atlanta from where he was speaking to those crowds in Centennial Park, and they're not moving. Some have, but many are still there, Rick.
Well, you know, this is that shot on the left is Marietta Street and Centennial Olympic Park Drive, and one of our reporters said earlier that this was ground zero the other night when all of the violence broke out. But we just saw what looked like a giant prayer circle. We saw someone talking to the crowd while they all knelt in a circle and listened very intently to the speaker, whatever he or she was saying. We can't tell you because we can't hear it. But this does seem as though some of the organizers and some of the leaders that are mixed in within the protesters are trying to urge everyone to start making their way home so that we can avoid some of the tactics that you were just talking about, Sean, so that police don't have to resort to the rubber bullets or the tear gas or anything else. The police just want the streets clear. And you talked about some of the outside agitators that we've heard about here in Georgia, and that President Trump has talked about nationally at some of the other protests that have been staged around the country that have turned violent. And President Trump has blamed Antifa, but there were a lot of reports today that there are white supremacist groups posing online as Antifa, which is the far left anti-fascist groups, to try to make it look like this is a far left problem as opposed to what it most likely is, which is a white supremacist problem. People mix in the crowd, just trying to start trouble at any cost, and trying to put the blame on somebody else.
Well, if you are just joining our coverage here on CBS 46 and on our CBS 46 streaming app, it is 8:22 in the evening. This is day 5 of protests in the city of Atlanta, and thankfully, for the most part, it has been extremely peaceful here. But we're awfully close. Ashley Thompson, you're on location. We're getting awfully close to the curfew. It's 8:22 now. Do you see any of the crowds near you starting to disperse? We'll go back to Ashley in just a second. But, you know, Rick, this is also, we've been monitoring tweets of high profile politicians. One in particular, former President George Bush, has spoken out about the death and the arrest of the one police officer in Minneapolis, which really spearheaded and sparked what has been this national outcry of protests across the country. And the former president making it known that he stands with peaceful protests, and that he is absolutely heartbroken by the injustice that he saw with George Floyd, and gave a very long statement regarding what he would like to see. But for the most part, he says it's time for America to examine our tragic failures.
Well, you know, we've heard from a number of former presidents, including former President Obama. I think that there is the sense among some that there is a leadership vacuum right now. And let's go over to Brittany Edney, who's with the city councilman we were just listening to. Go ahead, Britt.
Antonio, thanks for joining us now live. Can you kind of just explain the message from your heart that you were just kind of giving this entire crowd?
Yeah, it's just basically simple. This is a peaceful protest, and we're not going to allow agitators to infiltrate this crowd and disrupt it and turn it into chaos and confusion. Our APD are standing with us. They've kneeled here today to show the unity, and we need to come together and move forward together. I've asked this crowd to disperse so that they can all go home in time for the curfew, so that we can eventually not have a curfew in this city, and we can be peaceful as we continue to protest.
One of the most powerful moments I've seen over the past few days is when you started speaking. This entire crowd, hundreds of people, they silenced, and some of them even they knelt at one point. The entire crowd. How powerful was that to finally see an entire crowd of people be unified?
It was a powerful moment, and it's a necessary moment for this time. As we continue to fight against the injustices, we have to be united. We have to stand together. And for me, this crowd is me. I come from a lot of the environments and conditions in which they come from. So we have to stand together. We have to move this movement forward, but we have to do it with action. And what I'm trying to teach is that there's a way to organize. There's a way to organize peaceful protesting where we can demand solutions to these issues of our government and elected officials. As an elected official, I understand what is necessary to move this conversation forward into a place of action.
Can we talk about the evolution of what this has looked like at this intersection? Right now, all day since 4 p.m., it has been the bicycle response team. We haven't been seeing the riot gear and APD officers. Talk a little bit about how this front line has evolved.
No, it's been amazing, and I think what's important is Chief Shields has done an incredible job. I've been on the phone with her for hours through this whole process. She's asked the state corrections officers to stand down and to not infiltrate this crowd. She's asked her APD to work in support of this crowd. That is how we truly organize. That's how we have to all come together. Local government, our APD, and our peaceful protesters.
What message do you want everyone at home to hear that's not here protesting right now? What do you want them to know?
You know, I want them to know that it is okay to peacefully protest. We understand that you all are hurting. We understand that what we are experiencing right now is trauma. And we have to heal our trauma. And the way to heal our trauma is to come together. You're going to always have agitators that attempt to infiltrate and create disruption and chaos. And it's important that the media conveys a message of unity, because these people are peaceful. I walked from 17th Street all the way here being escorted by APD. Not one fight, not one thing got thrown. This is a peaceful crowd. And all they are expecting is action and change. That's it.
And tell us what you are kind of organizing and going to be a part of tomorrow for the entire city and Metro Atlanta to be a part of.
Yeah, it's actually Thursday at 10:30 in the morning. We are going to be marching at the MLK Center in my district, and we're going to be marching in response to the funeral happening in Houston, Texas for George Floyd. And this is a nationwide movement, and we have come together and we're going to march together. And for me, we've joined forces with the APD. They're going to escort us through the entire march, and we're going to do it peacefully. So we're asking the city of Atlanta, come out, support us, march with us peacefully, and let's demand action.
Antonio, thank you so much for speaking with us. Again, you just heard from Antonio Brown, City Council member. I just want to reiterate what happened here. Over the past, few days, we have yet to see one moment of just pure silence. And from hundreds of people that were in this intersection, when that happened, it was truly remarkable. And it was organized by him. When he started speaking, everyone started listening. And for the first time, we had a break in all of that noise. And it was just just a very peaceful moment. Sean, Rick?
Brittany, it could also be a testament to the fast rising influence of Antonio Brown, as he is a first-time elected official in the city of Atlanta and has been an advocate for District 3 that he represents. He says it's one of the poorest communities in all of Atlanta, and clearly he has shown by having his presence there that he has earned the respect of those protesters. The question, though, Brittany, is are they listening to him? He asked them to go home.
I want to show you what's happening right now after you just asked that, Sean. A few moments ago, this crowd was nearly double in size. People are starting to listen to that request of go home, head back to your cars. We're seeing people leave, walk in the opposite direction down multiple points of Marietta Street. So we are seeing this crowd start to break up now. And that was the first time we've seen it happening in more of an individual account. So, you know, the small groups of 2 and 3, not so much where the crowd is heading towards a different location, but where it looks like from where we're standing that they are going home. Just kind of check the sidewalks as people are kind of breaking down and heading to parking lots and in the opposite direction, guys.
And Brittany, and also I'm noticing it's almost 8:30. 30 minutes away from the curfew being enacted. And at this time yesterday, we were seeing at your location police in riot gear. Police also backed up by the National Guard. It looks like the National Guard is way away from you this time. There are no police in riot gear. And then at any point, did you see where there was a plane making a heart shape in the sky? I've seen it on social media, and it seems like there has been so many different tactics being used this time to de-escalate, even from the sky.
Sean, all I can tell you is that while we have, you know, the National Guard still on scene and we have additional resources hanging back, so to speak, from this main intersection, as the bicycle response team continues to be that just front line in single formation out here, the resources are here, but at this point, it is a completely different scene from the past few nights at this time. And so hopefully the crowd will continue to disperse. I want to pan back over really quickly and just show towards the right side, heading towards Ted Turner, just the number of people that are starting to break off again in those smaller groups and individually. So hopefully they are heading home, going back to their cars and en route to leaving in order to abide by that 9 p.m. curfew. Sean?
Brittany, you've done a fantastic job out there. I'm sure that the conversation about the leadership shown by Rick, by Councilman Antonio Brown, will be a conversation on talk radio, at least definitely in Atlanta, if he has been successful, if he can get this flank of protesters from just one conversation to go home.
Well, you take a look at when we saw from that chopper shot the reinforcements in the back of those bicycle police officers, you see that they are ready if they need to be, but it doesn't seem like anyone is in any kind of an aggressive stance right now. Everyone is sort of relaxed. We were half an hour away from curfew. People are sort of milling about right now, and you can understand it's a beautiful night. They want to be out and they don't want to go home, but there is a curfew in place, and we're going to watch over the next 30 minutes if things continue along this way and people continue to head home or head in that direction. That'll be good, and if not, then we might have some problems. Let's go back out to Barmel. Barmel Lyons, where are you? What are you seeing?
Right now, we're on Broad Street at the intersection of Marietta Street, and let me tell you, there was about 100 or more protesters right here on this location, but it was very peaceful. They were talking about ways in order to affect change. You can see just a little amount of people out here at this point in time. Now, I do want to speak to her because she was in charge of communicating with the group about active ways in order to affect change into the community.
I just feel like my people are very tired. I'm bonding with my grandmother on a fight that she fought during the civil rights movement. I am a child of the 21st century, and it doesn't make any sense while I'm fighting this fight. I read, I self-educate, I have my fellow allies that do not have melanin in their skin fighting the same fight with me. So all that I ask that people that do not look like me, if your fellow white people, Asians, etc. are fighting the fight with us and they get it that this is wrong, why aren't you fighting the fight with us? We have to stop this generational curse in the black community, and we also need to create a better world for our future children. I'm not willing to bear a child with what's going on at all.
Now, tell me, that was very powerful what you just said, but tell me about the different avenues of change that people can take. You guys were talking about some active things in the community that people can do in order to inflict change.
If you are not willing to be on the front lines with us, which I feel like anyone that is not African American should not be on the front lines with us, I feel like there are other ways that you can help support us while we're marching. You can give us water, snacks. You can donate. You can donate to the NAACP and the Bells Bondsman Company and etc. You can sign the petitions with George Floyd. And this fight did not start with George Floyd. It didn't even start with Trayvon Martin. It started prior to this. So if my people are fighting the same fight for 400 years and we're in 2020, what are you going to do to help stop this generational curse that we're fighting? What are you going to do to help Black people? Because we don't have privilege. The only people that have privilege in this country are white people. So let's try using your privilege for the good of Black people, because we don't have any. And another thing, look at white privilege as currency. You have $1 trillion worth of currency. We have zero. Black people did not ask to come to this country, and we did not ask to build this country for free. However, we are here, and all we want is equality instead of revenge.
Thank you so much. Now, you guys were not only talking about equality and making sure your voices are heard, but you were talking about voting and how important that is, correct, to the local community.
Voting is very important. I feel like one of the reasons why most of the people that in my community do not vote because they are not educated enough. We do not have enough people that are running for office that are touching into the communities that matter. We need people in the urban communities. We need people in the gentrified communities that are still there, that have been there since the 90s. We need people to tap into the communities that they are running for, because at the end of the day, you are representing us, and at the end of the day, we don't need you to be a leader in our community and gentrifying our community. Gentrifying our community does not help. However, being aware of what our country needs and what we need to evolve helps. But gentrifying our community does not help. So we need everybody to self-educate and be aware of who are they voting for and putting in place in their communities.
Will you guys be making your way home before 9 o'clock, before the curfew?
Of course.
All right, there you guys have it. This is a peaceful protest in this area. They're talking about ways to afflict change, ways to have impact. Again, there was around 100 people out here or so, but they've started to make their way home. We did see some officers on these roadways. Now, in certain areas in Atlanta, we have seen a heightened presence of officers as well as the National Guard. When we were at the Capitol, folks, it was a crazy scene out there because people were, behind the fences talking to the officials saying we want change. And as time went on, tear gas was deployed in that area. But as you can see, on certain corners of Atlanta, people are still speaking out. People are still speaking against injustice in this community. Back to you guys in the studio.
Barmel Lyons, we thank you for that update. We're approaching about 20 minutes till the 9 p.m. curfew goes into effect. And just looking from Barmel's location, Rick, the crowd has trickled to very few. The message is getting across. Antonio Brown, the councilman from Atlanta City Council, he said, if we go home and it's peaceful, we can get this 9 p.m. curfew lifted and don't have to deal with this anymore. But until then, it looks like if we have another night of problems, we could have the curfew extended into another day.
And we're seeing that actually in other cities. Other city leaders have decided to extend the curfew at least through the week, perhaps anticipating more problems as we get closer to the funeral of George Floyd on Thursday. That's the top of the CNN parking deck on the left-hand side of your screen. There are tactical units up there just keeping an eye on the crowd, making sure from up above that everything looks okay. And so they are in place. You see a drone there as well, possibly to give police leaders back at command and control bird's eye view of what's going on down below so that they can make decisions on where to send their forces if need be.
And it's very hard to disperse and try to recongregate when you've got a drone over you, because you won't outrun that ever.
I want to talk about what that young woman who was so well spoken. First of all, to hear someone call herself a child of the 21st century, it just sort of made my ears prick up. I was like, whoa, here she is, so young and so eloquent. And what she was doing there was so important because she was really soliciting allies. She was asking for help. She was saying, look, we don't have a lot of power, but you guys do. We need your help. And I think, you know, look at the shot on the right-hand side. You do see white people amidst the crowd. We have seen white people marching every single day here in Atlanta. It has been multicultural, multiracial. But I think her point is well taken, which is that it is the responsibility of all of us, no matter the color of our skin, that we all have to speak up and be united when it comes to brutality and injustice.
And that's one of the big issues of the critics that across the country, is that this egregious miscarriage of justice against people of color, both brown and black, is that to get justice is not going to take the victims fighting to become the one to fight for it to be corrected. It's going to take those who are in the system, many are who are Caucasian, who are white. It takes for those people to join forces and not let the victim be re-victimized again, but to stand up and realize that when those who are unheard and have suffered incredible injustice, that when they lose and you put them in the position where there's no hope, everybody loses. Yeah. Because when you have nothing to live for, you have no problem destroying property. You have no problem being upset. So again, you're looking at the billboards on the left where it shows that the 9 p.m. curfew for Atlanta goes into effect.
And the alert just went out, by the way. Everybody with a smartphone
yes.
or a smart watch.
I haven't gotten it on my phone yet.
I'm buzzing all over the place over here. Everything is buzzing. And that's just to let everybody know that it's a public safety alert. The curfew for the entire city of Atlanta begins tonight at 9 p.m. June 2nd and continues through sunrise tomorrow, June 3rd. Please stay home.
Yes. So again, as I want to go back to that young woman who was talking, and Rick, and what she said, and what we've seen with these large crowds on day 5 of the protests here in Atlanta, is that there has been a beautiful blend of ethnicities, a beautiful blend of different ages, and the call to get those who are white to use what some call privilege or advantage or their position of leadership in this city is to unite with them and help them fight so they don't have to be out on the streets and continue to protest and have these 9 p.m. curfews. The goal here is to create change, to create dialogue. None of this is going to change overnight, as we heard from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, but this has been an awakening. As ugly and as the black-eyed from day one was for the city of Atlanta, it has awakened a lot of people, and not just in Atlanta, but across the country. Now you have those same individuals who criticized Colin Kaepernick with the NFL because he did peaceful protests, I might add, by bowing on his knee as a sign of he was tired of the injustice against African Americans. Many who viewed his peaceful protest, they thought he was being disrespectful to the military. But Colin Kaepernick said from the very beginning, I went to a veteran and asked him, how can I respect the flag yet show concern for the injustices that are happening in African American communities? That veteran, who was a white veteran, told him, just take a knee. And as he took a knee for that peaceful protest, he got vilified over and over. And the message of black injustices, no one was listening. Now some of the individuals with the NFL who have now retired from the NFL, there was a tweet yesterday where one of the people who did not want Colin Kaepernick to play anymore says he thinks he made a mistake. I need to find that tweet so I can give you his name, but I found that just compelling that he says, I've had an awakening. You have the former President George Bush condemning what has happened to George Floyd and saying that that he supports the peaceful protest. This has been ugly. The day one was ugly. It was disturbing to see how the city of Atlanta had suffered so much violence, and some of the beloved buildings here, and the College Hall of Fame was destroyed and looted. It hurt. The CNN offices were destroyed. It hurt to see that. But we have to remember that riots just don't pop out of thin air. There has been an undercurrent of injustice, and these individuals who are protesting have been hurting, and they want to get heard. And I can say, after listening to Antonio Brown and how he was able to silence a crowd, Rick, of hundreds of people, and he implored them, hey, I'm with you in this march. We understand, we want to make change. We need to go vote on June 9th, number one. But number two is that it takes policy and change, and we have to work together. But you got to go home tonight. We are less than 15 minutes, we're about 15 minutes away from the curfew. And he doesn't want to see anyone get arrested. He doesn't want to see anyone get hurt. And I don't think the city of Atlanta wants to do that. The police chief certainly didn't. But at some point, they had to restore law and order. And the military is here, the National Guard, but they ask. You have police officers to your left. It looks like they're continuing the dialogue with the protesters. The goal is to get them to go home. And I feel like I'm seeing a different strategy with the authorities today. I don't see that heavy presence of riot gear like we saw yesterday.
That's right.
I don't see it. I see more the police officers who are on the bikes, who are on their feet, who have been walking and embedding themselves with the protesters and talking to them. We haven't necessarily shown the images here on from our vantage point with our cameras, but on social media, there is tons of pictures of where there was a plane that was flying in the sky and created a big heart over Centennial Park for that sent a message that, hey, protesters, you're loved, you're being heard. And I think this is all part of a de-escalation to hopefully get these individuals to go home before the curfew is enacted so they don't have to use the police force to forcefully push them out.
I think you're absolutely right about that, Sean, and it's such a gratifying thing to watch, at least at this point, and we hope it stays this way, peaceful, because the events of several nights ago, that was not Atlanta. That was not what this city is all about, what the people of Atlanta are all about. The destruction and mayhem that we witnessed was just such a sad moment in history for the city of Atlanta. To see everybody sort of turn it around, tone it down, and figure out a better way in such a short amount of time is really heartening. It really is. As we watch this scene, it's now 15 minutes. You see people with their fists raised. They're still holding their signs. It's still peaceful. It's still quiet. But again, these people are going to need to start heading home because the curfew has been enforced and it will be enforced. We've watched it over and over again for something to tarnish what has really been a day of peace and an effective messaging on the part of these protesters would really be unfortunate. You know, I want to mention as we take a look at these officers and we know how dangerous their jobs can be. We do know the sad story of Officer Maximilian Brewer from the Motors Unit, who was seriously injured when he was struck the other night. And we captured that on video, just a horrifying scene where an ATV driver ran into him. He is recovering now, thankfully, in the ICU at Grady Health. The Atlanta Police Department reminding people that a GoFundMe page has been set up to support him and his family during his recovery here for Officer Maximilian Brewer. And we certainly wish him the very best, and we would encourage people to help out if they can by going to his GoFundMe page.
Okay, so we're looking at the right side of our screen, Rick. It looks like we are approaching about 12 minutes before the curfew is to be enacted. And now we're starting to see behind the flank of those bicycle police officers, they are now moving out, and in their place is the Atlanta Police Department in full riot gear. So unfortunately for those who did not listen to Councilman Antonio Brown, who begged the crowd to go home. He certainly was effective. It did get thinner, but it is also the truth of the reality is that there's a 9 p.m. curfew tonight. And we are seeing the police and riot gear. It looks like there are protesters throwing bottles at the police officers now. So those are clearly someone trying to agitate the officers. So let's go to Astrid Martinez. Astrid, we are 10 minutes away almost from the curfew.
Escalating. Things are definitely escalating now that it's getting close to the 9 o'clock curfew. People in the crowd, agitators, demonstrators are started to throw bottles of water. They were the first ones to instigate the commotion right now that's taking place. And then police in their full riot gear with the gas mask on, that's when they started to move forward. There seems to be some type of smoke thrown. I don't think it's flash bombs probably, but it's not any type of tear gas yet. But they are throwing things back and forth to each other. More police officers are moving in on the crowd. I'm trying to find my camera guy. We're separated because he has a gas mask and I don't.
Let's go to we're going to interrupt you, Astrid, because there's a situation developing with Brittany Edney. Brittany, is it getting tense where you are too?
Hey, Sean. Yeah, Sean, I want to tell you what's happening. Our crew has backed up for safety reasons with our security guard, but I can tell you that protesters are throwing rocks, water bottles, and smoke bombs towards police. Several have hit the ground, and that's where you're seeing that cloud of gray and black smoke coming up from this intersection. Is from this 2 to 3 different smoke bombs that have come our way. Now we're starting to see that was fireworks and another smoke bomb to my right, which you guys just saw us pan over to, but you were seeing this scene completely change at this point. Responders coming out with the riot gear, with the face masks, the face shields, and everything in between. So we've got additional fireworks going off in the parking lot right across from CNN. You can see the smoke rising from that last firework that just happened. And look at the formation over to my left of responders as they prepare to get ready to push towards that crowd. This has completely changed from the last 15 minutes. It's so disappointing too, Sean and Rick, because we had such a powerful, peaceful moment of silence, and now it has just taken a turn, and things are being thrown at all of these responders, and of course our news crew and all the other news crews who are standing over here behind these lines. But you're seeing all of the responders move forward and prepare at this point, Sean, Rick.
Brittany, I'm sitting here watching these pictures, and as you're speaking, my stomach is turning into knots. I agree with you. It is disappointing because you had the Antonio Brown, the councilman, speaking, and now not only do we see protesters throwing rocks and bottles at police officers, there is now damage at this Foot Locker in downtown Atlanta. There are now police surrounding it to keep possibly people from looting. But the agitators among the peaceful protesters are starting to create damage and chaos. And it looks like Atlanta Police Department, the Atlanta Police Department is starting to take a much more aggressive stance in preparing to push them out of the city of Atlanta to enforce the curfew.
I'll go that way. I can't hear you because I don't.
Go ahead, Astrid.
We're hot.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Okay, so right now there's been a group of protesters that have linked up together, basically like a human chain. They kneeled down. They said, no justice, no peace. They've been trying to ask the protesters, not protesters, actually the agitators, to calm down. They wanted to keep this a peaceful protest, and now they're marching away from law enforcement. Some people are telling them to not retreat. There's just a lot of mixed messages. There's not really like a leader in the crowd, but they're going back and forth. I just heard some people say we're going to stay here, which means they plan to break the curfew. Now, we only saw police before. Police look at the started to line up, but now the National Guardsmen are also behind them. We know that typically that's when that's the launch of the tear gas will take place soon. They're starting to move forward. Now more information, more officers have joined to make sure that they push agitators back. We are just 7 minutes away from curfew, guys. We have different groups of demonstrators arguing, not sure like which direction they want to take. Some say, let's go, let's stay peaceful. Others are saying, don't move. They're taking signs away saying, go home, go home. You're telling them to break it up.
Astrid, I'm going to interrupt you because I see this African-American man with the red pants directly behind you. It looks like he has been very aggressive in telling people, go home.
Some of them want to go home. Other people want to stay. So to my right, I have protesters and some agitators mixed in the crowd. And to my left, I have all of the law enforcement ready to take action, because we know that when the sun goes down, things get ugly really fast. But there's confusion in the crowd. Some don't want to be hurt by law enforcement. They just want to stay marching. Others are agitating the crowd. And I saw them. They came in earlier. They start picking fights with people, trying to get them riled up. But some want to stay peaceful, like this sir right here in the red sweatpants. He's telling people to go home, to back up and go home. Too many mixed crowds, too many mixed messages, and that's when the problems start. So right now I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of both.
Astrid, if I were you, I would get behind the police, because once that tear gas goes off, you've got a whiff of that. I hope you have your mask with you for your own safety, Astrid. We're going to let you position into safety. It is 8:53. We're 7 minutes away from curfew. You are watching continuous coverage both on our CBS46.com webpage as well as our streaming app at CBS46.com. Our streaming app is CBS 46. This is now day 5 of protests, day 4 of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' curfew for the city of Atlanta. We are less than 6 minutes away, and there you see that heavy flank of Atlanta police officers in full-blown riot gear, along with, it looks at least 5 or 6 rows deep of the National Guard to back them up. We saw this before, Rick, and if history repeats itself, the crowd gets even more agitated as we get closer to 9 o'clock, but once they start advancing, then comes the arrests and the tear gas.
Yeah, and we see on some of the camera angles, these police officers have those zip ties that they are able to use when they make an arrest. These are the photographers before the march. People coming out, they want to get that money shot of the police officers lined up with their riot gear and their shields. Certainly looks very dramatic, and you would hope that they would be able to just stand there without having to advance and engage. But unfortunately, there are these stragglers who just either just have a blatant disregard now. You can't even say that they might not know about it.
And Rick, let me interrupt you for just a second. It has been inspiring to watch protesters try to manage the crowds on their own. Here's this gentleman in the red sweatpants and the black T-shirt.
Yep, he's right
looks like he has an afro, his black hair. He has gone zipping back and forth among the crowd, yelling, go home, go home, go home. Some have listened, some have not. It looks like he is walking away. He may have realized 5 minutes till curfew, he's done the best that he can do. We have reporters that are positioned all across downtown Atlanta in different parts and different sections of where these protests are happening. Astrid, if we can come back to you, I'm not sure if you've got in position where you need to be, but are there more people starting to walk away, or is the crowd just getting more riled up?
No, actually, I see things a little bit calmed down. There's a pocket here right in front of me that they're still trying to figure out, what they're going to do. But from the most part, I see some of the people, the agitators, they've kind of gone. The people that just want to protest peacefully, they're all standing here. They're not doing anything. They're just, holding up their signs. They want their voices heard. But that's right here. That's right here to my left. Further up, we see that there's people with mixed messages on what they're supposed to do tonight. There's not an organizer right now in the crowd. So, everyone is kind of doing what they want to do, going with their own agenda. We see some people really standing in the middle of the road in defiance, standing still, walking up to the law enforcement line. Police, of course, they're ready in their riot gear, and right behind them is the National Guard. Everyone has their gas mask on, and that lets you know that just in 3 minutes, that curfew. It's a big reminder right in front of everybody in the city with that big electronic billboard. Some people are telling them, this lady right here, telling them, walk back and be peaceful. They're like, why? What is violence? Is one person asking. They don't want this to turn into what the other nights have turned into. All day peacefully, and it's been beautiful.
Don't put that on there.
It's been a beautiful day. It's been a beautiful protest for the most part, a beautiful emotion, day of strong messages, and it would be obviously a turn if anything should happen in the next, 2 minutes now, 2 minutes to curfew.
2 minutes to curfew, and you talked about the protesters doing what they want. In a couple of minutes, the police are going to do what they want, which is to clear the streets and to enforce the 9 o'clock curfew. And, there is such a thing as civil disobedience, but these people have had their opportunity to peacefully protest. They've been at it for hours, and they've been well aware that there's a 9 o'clock curfew.
Okay.
So
they're
we are
getting
now
that warning sign.
They're getting, what kind of a warning are they getting, Astrid?
What kind of warning,
Yes,
Astrid?
they're getting a final warning. Yeah,
But how are
final
they-
warning. We heard that last night.
How are they giving
We
the
heard
warning?
that last
Is
night,
there,
15-minute words.
Astrid, how are they giving the
I'm sorry?
warning? Is it audible? Is there like a speaker system? How are they hearing that there's a 1 minute warning?
It's not a speaker system. It's someone live telling them to move back. Yesterday they gave it 15 minutes before that 9 o'clock mark. Now we are literally 1 minute away, and it's telling them that the curfew is at 9 p.m. and that they need to go home. They're staying. They're not moving. Law enforcement is staying. They're not moving.
They're not moving, Astrid. You are
That's all
watching
from here in
CBS
downtown.
46 on our streaming app. And please join us on Peachtree TV. Our newscast starts at 9 o'clock. You are watching breaking news. This is our 9 o'clock newscast on Peachtree TV. The curfew in Atlanta is shy of 1 minute from starting. Here are live pics tonight from what we have seen has been mostly a peaceful night, Rick.
Mostly peaceful, and let's hope it stays that way. But there are still protesters out on the street who do not seem ready to go home, in spite of the fact that there's a 9 o'clock curfew, and in spite of the fact that we have seen police not mess around when it comes to that curfew. They don't really take very kindly to people not obeying the rules. As we take a look at these officers, looks like they may be from the Georgia National Guard, and they are there in case they're needed to come in and enforce this curfew. But we have seen a lot of protesters amongst the groups pleading with their fellow protesters to go home, to be peaceful, that they don't want to see any confrontations with police. But you can see at the corner of Marietta Street and Olympic Park, Centennial Olympic Park Drive, they are marching
they're already
towards
deploying
the protesters.
They are now deploying tear gas, and the Atlanta Police Department in full-blown riot gear have begun to advance into the crowd that has just this stubborn pocket here. It just simply have refused to go home. It is now day 5 of protests in the city of Atlanta, and for the most part of the day we have seen an incredible array of peaceful protests, some very special moments where police officers were hugging protesters, immersing themselves in the crowd. We saw hardly any in riot gear, but they are in full-blown riot gear, Astrid, and they are quickly advancing into this pocket that refused to go home.
Okay, I am not by my camera guy, but I definitely see him. He is in the middle of the crowd where the tear gas has been deployed. I have a vantage point of him, but I am not near him because I don't have a gas mask, and I've been separated by the wall that the National Guard creates. So I'm outside of their barrier. Now my camera guy, he is following the protesters. They're running up the hill going towards the Ferris wheel. When that 9 o'clock hour hits, they want they want to see how much authority and power that they can, use against the law enforcement here. So this is always expected, especially a couple minutes right before that 9 o'clock hour. We saw them throwing, water bottles or bottles filled with liquid. Now that they're dispersing all over the place, going back into that construction site that actually was repaired just a couple days ago.
Site.
Yes, they're in the construction site, and there's National Guard has deployed more tear gas. There's firecrackers, there's flash bombs. Literally, it's like a war zone here. All of the National Guardsmen, all of them are headed in that direction. There's three tankers on the move as well. Some, trying to get the crowd to just back off today. Definitely not comparable to Friday, but definitely the crowd that was here this evening was more aggressive than the one here last night. It was a day for the most part. Beautiful day.
Astrid, as you...
But now it's all turned around.
Astrid, as we're looking at your images, you know, I served 7 years in the military, and Rick, you've covered war zones as a journalist, and this is just not the images that you want to see repeatedly night after night here in the city of Atlanta. It is plumes of smoke, tear gas, people clearly agitating police by throwing bottles at them. Brittany Etney, you were also at a location where it quickly went from 0 to 100 in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. And we are actually behind the National Guard and all of the tactical vehicles that have moved forward here at the intersection where we were all stationed for since 4 p.m. Ahead of me, you can see lines of formation from multiple jurisdictions and responders. And beyond that, it's just a haze of smoke. Tear gas has been deployed. You know, we were with all of the law enforcement officers, and we had smoke bombs being thrown our way, which officers quickly snuffed out, gathered, and put out. Hang on, we are moving right now. Our crew is getting into a better position as right now the responders are stationary as they deal with these protesters. Sean, Rick?
Thank you, Brittany. We're going to go to Ashley Thompson now. She's in 5 Points. Actually, she's in the underground section of Atlanta. Ashley, what is the situation looking like there? Are they starting to aggressively push? It didn't even look like you have anybody around you.
So this store got hit around 8:30, and we know because we were standing in front of Underground, and the whole crowd started running, and somebody says somebody always has to ruin it for everyone. So take a look. We're in front of the Foot Locker, and what we believe and what we've heard happened is that someone picked up possibly this rock right here on the ground, threw it into the door up here. I'm going to be careful because obviously there's glass on the ground. You could see where they took some of those shoes, left the boxes, and some of those boxes are still out here in front of the Foot Locker. You could see some of the wrapping, some hangers, definitely some clothes was taken not long ago. GSU, the police, made their way up here. They were standing guard in front of the store for some time. You could still see one of their little ATV looking I guess it's an ATV right there. The good news is they got some of that merchandise back not long ago. They came back holding a big bag and went into the store, and I asked, did you guys get some of that back? And they said yes. And I do have some pictures, if I can work my phone here, of when it happened. These are courtesy of the Clayton Crescent, and you could see just some of the people taking some of the merchandise out of this store. So again, this happening around 8:30 today. We believe some of these demonstrators may have used a rock to get into this Foot Locker here. You could still see the glass here on the ground, and the cage, they must have pushed it with some force to get inside. I think I might see some blood on the ground here, and they just totally hit the store. If Lawrence can, my photographer can kind of just show you what it looks like inside of the store. They definitely took a lot of merchandise, which is such a shame because, you know, I was marching with a large group of demonstrators earlier today, and it was mostly peaceful. But, you know, as we've seen over the past couple of nights, you know, when the sun goes down is when some of this activity starts to kick up again. So, unfortunately, this store right here was hit.
Ashley, thanks very much for that. On the right-hand side of the screen, it looks like that construction site is now surrounded. After we witnessed a number of the protesters jumping over the fences to get into that construction site. I think we're good. I think the police probably feel like they've got them cornered, and they are now surrounding at least the portion of that building that we're able to see. They've got a very heavy presence there. We did see some smoke bombs, and I'd have to think, Sean, that this is because the law enforcement saw what we did with our cameras, which is that a lot of the protesters trying to get away or trying to cause more trouble have fled into that construction area.
Let's go to Brittany Etney. Brittany, from your vantage point, I believe that was your shot where we saw that crowd starting to disperse, and many of them had jumped into that construction zone.
Yeah, Sean, it is really difficult to see and breathe out here. Actually, a fellow press member just kind of gave me these goggles to put on so that we could kind of block our eyes from all of the tear gas that's going on and starting to drift back down this way towards responders. Of course, National Guard, police, and other and all the other jurisdictions have those gas masks on as well to kind of deal with this. But at this point, we've just been kind of hanging with them as they start to push forward and form separate formations here along this street.
This is a completely different scene from last night, Sean, and it's taken a 180-degree turn from where we were half an hour ago.
Brittany, while you talk to us, we're watching as APD walk into that construction area. They've entered through a portion of the fence that was either broken or pushed aside, and they are now going inside. Perhaps they're coming out
I think
now,
they're coming out with individuals. It's because there's such a haze, it's tough to see, but Astrid, I'm not sure, Brittany, if you can see what we can see. Have they apprehended any of those individuals?
Sean, I can see about 7 different law enforcement officers coming out of that partition. I want you guys to think back to Sunday night when we were out there on that construction site. That is where a lot of the protesters broke down that fence section in order to find rocks and different supplies and debris to throw at law enforcement. And when that happened, that very next day on Monday, we saw that APD took a higher approach, a higher elevation up on that second level of that construction site, not only re-erecting the fence line, but also, standing above on that second level to kind of monitor the situation and what we thought was a way to kind of be proactive about the situation. Now, we did not see whether or not that if they had officers on that second floor again today, but I can tell you that, what you are seeing is correct, Sean and Rick, that we do have personnel moving into that construction site.
And it's important to note that, Brittany, it did not take much more than 3 to 4 minutes for Atlanta police, along with the National Guard, to disperse that stubborn pocket that refused to leave.
It really didn't. They acted very quickly. And what we have noticed from the past few nights is that the response continues to be more organized, and it moves swifter with each day of this response, with all these jurisdictions working together. I also want to talk a little bit about the change that happened between 8:50 and 9 p.m. right before that curfew happened. We saw, a lot of the protesters. Hang on, we've got police running right by me real quick. Let's see what's going on. They do not have anyone with them as far as detainees or arrests. So we do have a few officers just quickly moving past our CBS 46 team. But during that 8:50 to 9 p.m. time frame, we really saw some of the agitators and aggressors come out to that front line. And it was a completely different crowd than we've seen for the past 8 hours, guys.
And Brittany, also what I've learned from police sources who have just given me information, that is Atlanta Police Department SWAT team that is working that construction site to get to try to apprehend those individuals that jumped into it. And also, if you can hear that chopper that's above the site, Astrid, we're going to go to you. I'm sure you can hear that, Astrid, the chopper in the air. That's Atlanta's Police Department's Phoenix helicopter. And tonight we've learned they're using infrared heat signature to ID people inside that construction site.
Let's go to Astrid. Astrid, what can you tell us?
Well, yeah, they have eyes and ears everywhere in downtown tonight. They have, of course, you see just a mass law enforcement in front of me. You have the National Guard still standing in formation. And we also have the Atlanta Police Department. Just, moments ago, they fired that tear gas that you guys saw with Brittany Edney on TV. And we had to step away from it because it was just overpowering. And to try to get away from that gas, we saw people go into that construction site. We've had officers follow them everywhere and try to secure the area, which they have. I've seen them walk out with about 5 people in those plastic wrist ties. Right now, they are putting their shields down. They're not in stance anymore. But this was a very heated 15 minutes, especially right before that 9 o'clock hour hits, making sure that they didn't go back into this site, making sure there was no violence, and trying to weed out who was who from the crowd. But when everyone's there kneeling down or together, standing right in front of law enforcement, that's difficult to do. So then just everyone gets pushed back. Right here, somebody just got arrested. He has a shirt that says media. I don't know if he works with the media or not, but not arrested. He's apprehended. We don't know if he works with media or not, but he's definitely right here with law enforcement. They're having a discussion, and to my left, I see. I can show you right here this way. Officers have entered, have have entered the line that they had blocking the street. More officers are coming in from the directions that they went to chase those people that were in the crowd. They're coming up my way now, headed back to Centennial. Some of them, not all of them, are headed back up to the corner where it became ground zero, both for media and for protesters.
And Astrid, you know, I want to reiterate what we have learned here at CBS 46, that the Atlanta Police Department SWAT team is the individuals that are inside the construction site trying to identify those agitators that jumped in there trying to run away from police when they were told to go home. Also, the Atlanta Police Department's Phoenix helicopter that you can hear the chopper sound hovering above your head, Astrid, they are actually using infrared heat signature to ID the people inside. So it's going to be really tough to try to evade, thinking that darkness, Rick, may be able to help conceal so they can get a safe getaway. But when you're ID'd by body heat, they can see in the night, they can see at night, and they will find you. And more than we saw at least 5 or 6 people jump that fence and head over into that construction site.
And we don't know what happened to them. As you take a look at the National Guardsmen on the left-hand side of your screen, just sort of catching their breath. And it may look a little chaotic with the different law enforcement members marching or walking in different directions, but this is all very well planned and methodical on the part of law enforcement. We heard from the city councilman, Antonio Brown, that he has been in communication with Erica Shields, the Atlanta police chief, and that she has made it very clear to him that her officers have very strict instructions. They had strict instructions to hang back and let the protesters who were peacefully protesting go about their business, sometimes even wading into the crowd and joining them in solidarity. And they have been just as clearly instructed to enforce the 9 p.m. curfew, which is now 15 minutes past the curfew time, and there are still stragglers out on the streets. And so we have been watching this the last several nights. Come 9 o'clock, for those people who are still out and about for whatever reason, the police, the National Guard, they do a sweep. They literally go block by block, up and down, clearing people away. If they have to confront somebody, they do. But they just really are there to do what was promised, which is to protect private property and to protect the city of Atlanta and to get people home in time for the curfew.
And in case you don't remember, on day 2 of the protest, Governor Brian Kemp, he declared a state of emergency for the state of Georgia, allowing him to get the authority to use the National Guard to assist Atlanta's police department with being able to restore safety and pretty much this peace and tranquility that you're seeing right here. It's because of the National Guard and their assistance with the Atlanta Police Department. And of course, other local government agencies are assisting with law enforcement. So if you are just joining us, it's 15 minutes after the 9 o'clock curfew. There was pockets after a long day of peaceful protests. As we got closer and closer to 9 o'clock, there were pockets of agitators and protesters that just simply did not want to leave. They even were being managed by protesters themselves. They start arguing amongst themselves, with some deciding to try to try to create a sense of managing themselves and saying, go home amongst their own crowds. And some of them would not listen. And as we approached the 9 o'clock hour, it became a very tense moment where protesters were throwing things at the police officers at the National Guard. And quickly, what we saw different this time, Rick, even from yesterday, is that before they were doing that little cat and mouse where they would march, stop, and advance into the crowd. Today, they steamrolled straight into them, and there was the tear gas. Jamie Kennedy is on location, and Jamie, you've been monitoring this situation from your vantage point. Tell us where you are, and has the crowd dispersed there?
Jamie, go ahead.
Sorry. And Rick, I didn't realise. From here we've seen multiple people running away now since the curfew has come into effect. So some of the protesters obviously going ahead and actually adhering to that 9 p.m. curfew. And that's something Governor Kemp spoke strongly about today, that if people are actually here to protest in the right way, to adhere to that 9 p.m. curfew. And he also spoke about the frustration of trying to protect those who are trying to voice their thoughts in the correct way, while there are those antagonists within the protests that are happening around the city, and how to protect those that are doing it the right way, and also trying to root out those ones who are doing it maliciously. Now, we heard from Vic Reynolds as well, the head of the GBI, speaking about they are people who have been arrested from outside of the state. He said they are convinced as well that there are groups who have organised to come into the state to sort of create chaos that has been happening here. And he also talked about how the National Guard, Governor Kemp talked about how the National Guard will be out here and will be doing what is needed to protect the people for as long as possible. Now, he also, this whole press conference the Governor had was meant to be about the COVID-19 situation, because we are still in a pandemic, but it was taken over by the protests, and he said that we would actually see from the state a little less in testing capacity, because the National Guard have been helping so much out with that whole process of testing and just trying to contain the COVID-19 process. But now they're out here protecting the streets and making sure the protesters are safe, that the citizens are safe who aren't part of this. So he said that we might see a little bit less of that. So the Governor speaking very passionately today, speaking very much about how they are trying to do everything possible to make sure those who want to protest can do it safely, but also trying to root out those people who are trying to antagonise and do it incorrectly. Sean and Rick.
Rick, also the Dr. Toomey, Dr. Kathleen Toomey, she also addressed at the press conference that they were going to be setting up testing sites for both the first responders as well as the National Guardsmen, because there's concern that the risk of transmission may impact them too.
Exactly, Sean. She and the Governor were very upset and very wanted to say how serious that situation is in terms of now, obviously, like I was saying, we're still very much in a pandemic, and all these thousands and hundreds of people are coming together in close proximity, and urging anyone who has been out there in the protest to please go and get a test. They will be setting up extra sites for protesters, and they will be setting up extra sites for first responders as well, because they have been just as much in the firing line as the protesters. Rick and Sean.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We'll check back with you. Jamie Kennedy in front of the state capitol tonight for us. Brittany Edney is down on the street where the police have been sort of moving very forcefully through to clear away those who are not abiding by the 9 p.m. curfew. Brittany, what's the scene right now?
Well, Rick, I want to talk a little bit about something that our crew noticed as far as a difference between the 2 nights ago and then tonight. When the smoke started flying, the tear gas started going off, it was a lot stronger than in previous nights. It hurt your eyes. It stung worse. We asked our private security about this, and he said, in his opinion, that he thought it was both mace and tear gas that was being deployed tonight, and that's why you noticed the increase in sting as well. Where we are right now is in front of the Skyview, right next to that construction site, where we can see that the National Guard has taken off their gas masks and switched back into their regular headgear. So things as far as the Skyview is clearing up.
Brittany Edney, we're going to come back to you in just a moment, but let's go to Barmel Lyons, where Barmel, there have been multiple arrests. You're just outside of the Waffle House by Centennial Park.
Yeah, we are, Sean. As you can see right behind me, it's a scene to see. I mean, we've had peaceful protest all day, but as that 9 o'clock mark hits, you can see a mass amount of police presence, and now some people getting arrested. You can see them lined up across the Waffle House right now, tied up in zip ties. And you can see the Atlanta police communicating with those who are now in cuffs. Now, I do want to note throughout the day, it has been an extremely peaceful protest, but once that 9 o'clock mark hit, there was no games. They sent out a signal on the phone that says, hey, your 9 p.m. curfew is here, and this is the result. Again, we have the National Guard, Atlanta Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, all out here trying to move crowds forward, making them go home at this time, because it is a time, 9 p.m., and they are not playing any games tonight. As you can see, I mean, look at how much people compared to yesterday are now in cuffs. As you can see, those tankers right there of people just on the road, and you can see the National Guard just aligned all around along the street on Andrew Young International.
All right, Barmel, as we take a look at all of
John?
those people who have been detained right now for violating the curfew, let's go back out to Astrid Martinez. Astrid, I saw you were wiping your eyes earlier. Tell us what happened.
Oh, that tear gas definitely stings. I mean, I was trying to stay behind the line of the tear gas. You know, I was behind law enforcement just to make sure to protect myself because it burns your eyes and it burns all of your insides. And the wind just blew it in my direction. And there's no way to escape it except just run in the opposite direction, which is what I did. But, you know, quickly I was able to recover and, you know, saw everything that went down. Obviously, we saw the people jump into the fences into this construction site that just on Sunday they tore down, but quickly the city was able to recover and fix it up again, rebuild a little bit, because it can become, you know, destabilizing and hurt the protesters and demonstrators themselves. Right now, though, this area of Centennial Park has all been cleared out. You can see behind me law enforcement by their tankers, just relaxed, talking to each other, huddled. This is day 5 for them now, and this is their job, so they're used to this. And they're going to be out here all night patrolling. It's zero tolerance. It's been zero tolerance. The last 2 nights we saw more arrests than in the last 5 nights here in Atlanta. I spoke to some protesters that said, you know, see you tomorrow. So I don't know if this is going to stop anytime soon. They want to keep coming back. And the sad part is that there's people here with a really good message. They're here for a really incredible cause, a cause that needs to be amplified. But then, you know, in that crowd, you have people with different intentions that get mixed in, and then you're able to tell them apart only in the last few minutes of that curfew, when it's about to hit that curfew time. And they started even antagonizing us, you know, talking bad about the media. We don't want you to be here. Or just if we wanted to ask them questions on camera, they seemed like they had, you know, good reason to talk. And then once the conversation went on, then their spirits became a little bit more agitated. Obviously, there's a lot of people here with hurt feelings, and they want to make them heard. They see a camera, they feel like this is their opportunity, and they want to say a lot in a little bit of time. So, you know, their body, you know, temperature rises and things get heated. And the point, though, of everything, and hopefully it doesn't get lost, because 90% of the protest this afternoon, was to stay peaceful and to make a change. And even when I talked to a sergeant major from the National Guard, he even told me that most of the people he met down here in Atlanta were incredible. And hopefully that's what happens, that this beautiful show of unity continues and the change also takes place. That's all right here for downtown Atlanta. I'm Astrid Martinez, CBS 46 News.
Good job, Astrid. Thank you. Let's go back out to Brittany Edney. Brittany, tell us what's going on where you are right now.
Well, Rick, with everything clearing up at the Sky View, we came down to Marietta and Ted Turner, where we saw the National Guard with some of the other Humvees and tactical units out here. We tried to move and go down towards Marietta and had a National Guardsman actually tell us that we needed to stay put. So we're still trying to figure out kind of what's going on in this area. It does look like a roadblock at this point. We are seeing DNR on live television right now head that way down Marietta on ATVs. So you can see about a dozen or so of those DNR officers heading that way now, guys.
Brittany, they still have a lot of work to do before the streets are completely cleared. But let's go to Ashley Thompson. And Ashley, we heard from Atlanta City Councilman Antonio Brown, who represents District 3. I believe that includes where you are located in the downtown area of Atlanta. And he said if there was no peaceful night of people not going home like they should, we could see the curfew extended again to tomorrow.
And you know what, Sean, this incident actually happened before the curfew was enacted at 9 o'clock. This happened around 9:30. Take a look. This Foot Locker here at Underground was hit by looters. We believe they took a rock on the ground over here by the shoebox. I'm being a little careful because there is glass on the ground, but we believe someone took a rock, maybe threw it into the glass here and used some force really to just bend that metal pole right there, that metal fence looking thing, and get in. And they really have cleared this entire store out. If you look inside, you could see that the clothes are gone from the shelves. And we were talking out here, you know, the shoes on the wall are still there, but of course those are only one side of a pair, right? So they had to go in the back stocking room and take all of the shoes. And you could see some of the boxes here, the Nike boxes here, and they're actually all over underground. There is some police, some law enforcement now watching the area further up. And not long ago, we've learned from APD that several people have been detained for this. And I spoke with an officer with GSU who says they did get a lot of the inventory back. But again, this store, a casualty of this, was hit around 8:30, and they took a lot of stuff.
Sad to see, Ashley Thompson for us. Let's go out to Barmel Lions. Barmel, we haven't talked to you in a little bit. Where are you and what's going on there?
Well, we're still on Andrew Young International in Central Olympic Park, and when I tell you the police presence tonight is crazy. It's all along this roadway. You can not only see the National Guard, but you can see Atlanta Police Department and also the Fulton County Sheriff. I want to show you just over here. You see prisoner transport. A lot of people, unfortunately, have been detained at this point. They're in those zip tie cuffs. Now, earlier today, it was such a peaceful protest. The message was getting justice for George Floyd. Around 9 p.m. as that curfew hit, there was no games played when it came to detaining people around this time. I feel like every night there's more and more officers on these roadways saying, listen, if you're going to pass the 9 p.m. curfew, this will be the result. As I look out on the roadways, I see nothing but a police presence, officers, the National Guard, no one really walking in sight. We'll see some people, straggling along, but I don't really see any protesters at this point. It's looking pretty empty aside from just that heightened police presence.
Barmel, from your vantage point, when your camera shoots into those who have been detained, I'm just looking at the ethnic makeup of those who have been detained by Atlanta Police Department. And it looks like it's majority white males.
It's been a diverse crowd all day, and especially for those who are being detained, it's not only African American people, it's white people, it's the people from different denominations who are getting arrested right now and are sort of being held up right here in front of the Waffle House. I see that, Atlanta Police Department is having conversations with some of the people who are in zip ties right now, just communicating with them. Now, again, 9 p.m., that curfew, they were not playing when they said everyone go home, and this is sort of the result. It's a diverse set of people who are against this wall, not only white, black, the dominations continue, Sean.
Yeah, I think from what we can initially see, those sitting on the ground, they're all white males, but there are African Americans among that group. And directly behind you, Barmel, if we could take a look, actually, we're going to go to Astrid Martinez. And Astrid, behind you, you've got a unified command between Atlanta Police Department, state law enforcement, and the National Guard, including Bearcats and armored Humvees. They've used grenades, they've used pepper spray, they've used tear gas. You got a dose of that, but it got those crowds dispersed fast.
Well, that's what they need to do, because just at the end, the last 3 minutes, you see that people just wanted to kind of, cause a commotion. And most of the people that did that, they didn't even march with the crowd. None of their faces do I recognize from walking, nor were they here earlier. They come in later during the evening to kind of rile things up, get things going, and start launching, water bottles, rocks at law enforcement. Very different than the demonstrators that are here early on with their kids, with their families, with couples that are, trying to spread a message. And at the end, you see the demonstrators between themselves, saying, go home, get out of here, go home. We want to keep this peaceful. But then there's the ones that have a different agenda. And law enforcement knows that. They're prepared, and especially because they've been doing this night after night after night. They know who to spot, because they have people that are standing at the top of the buildings, keeping an eye out, looking out for the ones that are here to instigate and cause trouble, and they are ready to get them out of here. And unfortunately, if the people that came here with a peaceful message are still left behind, where they're going to suffer the tear gas, and they're going to, be unfortunately mixed in with that crowd. So that's why they try to go home early. But right now, things in this area, like they always do around this time, are just very peaceful. Not a single soul of a pedestrian in this area. Just law enforcement relaxing. They did what they had to do, and they do it in a very quick, swift amount of time. Unfortunately, again, the beautiful protest, these last 3 minutes always distract from like the 7 hours of beautiful walking and unity, and the sights that we saw this afternoon, like that bus with students from Georgia State with messages of Black Lives Matter, of George Floyd, which is the message that's supposed to happen tonight. And we also saw guys on horseback, just very unique ways of protesting from people from all walks of life, all different ages, and that typically gets all overshadowed with what happens the last couple of minutes here, which is not an accurate depiction of what the demonstrators are trying to say.
Well, I think that we hopefully, Astrid, and then you make a good point, hopefully people who have been following our coverage know that the first several hours of this protest were exactly as you described them. Peaceful and beautiful and effective and even touching at times. The different conversations that were had between law enforcement and protesters, it really did show a much nicer scene on the streets of Atlanta tonight. But then again, the curfew comes around and it has to be enforced, and sometimes force has to be used in order to do that. Astrid, stand by. Let's go back out to Barmel Lyons. Barmel, I know that there are some more people that have been brought over, detained over the last couple of minutes where you are. What is the scene there? How would you describe it? What's it like?
The scene, how I would describe it, is very active right now, and it's very sad because a lot of those protesters who were protesting today are now being put in a Fulton County Sheriff prisoner transport vehicle. And, he's basically saying that he got shot with a rubber bullet and he got detained and he's being put in prison for protesting. Now, again, they're taking that 9 p.m. curfew very seriously, and it's very sad because, again, as everyone has been saying throughout the day, it's been such a peaceful protest. Everyone having their voice heard. We've had city officials in the crowds communicating with the people, trying to enact that change. But when 9 p.m. hits, obviously it's a totally different scene. And when we go around this corner, you will see that a lot of other people are just sitting on the ground in front of Waffle House, Atlanta PD, talking to some of these protesters as they're in handcuffs and zip ties at this point in time. Now, again, it's been a very peaceful protest throughout the day. Tear gas being deployed near Centennial, right near CNN over there, as people started to, agitate. Certain people who came out. I actually spoke to one protester who said, I'm starting to leave at this point in time, not only because of the curfew, but because there's other people out here who are not truly a part of our message, who are trying to facilitate it in a calm, peaceful way. So that person actually left a little bit early before the curfew hit. But overall, I think the whole point and the reason people are out here is for justice for George Floyd. But I mean, if you are trying to come protest, you will want to come earlier today, or else this, as you see behind me, may be the final result for you.
And Barmel, we're looking at the left of the screen. It's clear that somehow police are able to determine who is trying to get home, if they live in the area or have a business, and those who have been rowdy and trying to evade obeying the curfew. We've just seen a group of people literally on the left-hand side walk across the street, and now they're talking to National Guardsmen, and they're not making any attempt to detain them or force them to leave the premises.
Looks like they're giving them directions.
Yeah, they gave them directions, exactly. So it's clear that the curfew does apply, but if you live in the area and you're trying to get somewhere, the National Guard the Atlanta Police Department is not out here just trying to just arrest anybody at will. If you cooperate and you can show that you have somewhere to go and you're going to go there and get yourself inside of a home, they're clearly allowing you to proceed through. But it's those agitators that they were looking for, that were throwing bottles of water and agitating the police. They've dispersed that crowd, and really, honestly, Barmel, the only people that are at your location at this point are either National Guardsmen, law enforcement, or traffic that's flowing down the street.
Well, here we are, 9:36. The curfew went into effect just over 35 minutes ago. And at least in this stretch that we're looking at right here, the law enforcement, it has succeeded. They have cleared this street.
And to me, Rick, I don't know about you, but they were even more effective and far faster at getting the crowds dispersed at this time than they did yesterday.
We're going to talk to Brittany Edney next, and Brittany was mentioning how the tear gas tonight felt like it was more
that
powerful.
Military grade.
Was it a higher grade? Are there even
there are military grade and commercial
grades for
grade.
tear gas? See, I don't know from this stuff.
I
but
think she got a dose of the military
grade. It felt
grade.
different, right, Brittany?
Yeah, Rick, exactly how Sean was just kind of explaining. There are different grades, but what our private security that CBS 46 hired for us, what we were kind of discussing behind the scenes as our crew was kind of going through this, is what we've experienced the past few nights and what we went through tonight felt completely different. His professional opinion is that it was a combination of both tear gas and also mace. I can tell you that we didn't even get directly hit tonight, and it was burning our eyes, our faces, our skin as soon as kind of the wind blew a mixture of smoke into our eyes. So we definitely noticed a big difference in the deployment of that stuff from the past few nights to this evening. We've made our way from Skyview all the way out here to Peachtree and Broad. And Sean, I heard you earlier seeing that group of protesters who I actually noticed towards the front of the line before all of this kicked off. We saw those 4 individuals coming out here, the National Guard, of course, giving them directions as they started to make their way away from downtown. I do want to point out that when we were here almost exactly at this time last night around 9:45, that this intersection, there were protesters up on the traffic signals. Cars were blasting music. They had invaded this intersection and blocked it off for about 5 minutes or so before responders were able to come out here and close it down. But this evening, let's make note that after seeing that last night, this evening, National Guard lines up all the way along this intersection. So again, what our crew has continued to observe over the past few nights is the fact that once something happens once, it doesn't seem to happen again as far as responders and protesters. Sean, Rick?
It's funny because it reminds me of something that we heard from Chief Shields. I believe it was Saturday at her news conference, and she said that they were caught with their guard down once. It was not going to happen a second time. And we have really seen that play out. And Brittany just gives a perfect example. They see an event, they see the protesters or really the agitators taking a stance or a position one night. The next night they're out ready to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and Brittany, pretty much it appears that they're still letting traffic flow through, or is that not, residential traffic? That's law enforcement traffic.
We've seen a heavy law enforcement presence going up and down all of the roadways. But as far as traffic leaving, by this time in comparison last night, the roads were still flooded. This evening, you're only seeing a few stragglers as far as vehicles heading out here along Peachtree and also Lucky. You'll see the occasional person or two, just like over there to my left, heading down the sidewalk. But for the most part, everyone has started to clear out. I mean, we went from the Skyview all the way out to over here towards Lucky and Peachtree, and we have hardly seen any protesters whatsoever. Maybe a total of 8, and everyone seemed to be leaving. Sean, Rick?
They're smart to leave.
There's a curfew.
There's a curfew, and I don't want tear gas in my eyes. We have proof from Brittany. It's not a fun experience.
No, you don't.
Brittany, you've done an excellent job. Stay safe.
Thanks, Britt. If there's a curfew in place and you have ample opportunity to protest for hours and hours and hours peacefully, at 9 o'clock when the curfew comes around, you get out of there. And,
Astrid Martinez made such a spectacular point. And she said, it's just terrible that the last 3 to 5 minutes leading up to 9 o'clock, the curfew seems to take over the headline of the peaceful protests, and how spectacularly peaceful it was on day 5, and that there was for lack of better words, a buffet of all different ethnicities and ages ranging from 5 months old to the elderly out marching together. It was peaceful. I think the only hot pocket we saw prior to the curfew being enacted was when they had to use the tear gas and the rubber bullets outside of the state capitol.
Well, you mentioned the narrative, and I think that's on us. Frankly, that's on the media. We have to tell the whole story, not just the 3 minutes when the tear gas is thrown or the flash bombs or whatever they're called are thrown. We need to talk about exactly what you were just discussing, Sean, which is the nature of the protesters leading up to the curfew, which was really just a really nice scene. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It was peaceful.
Day 5 was beautiful.
It was great. Let's go to Jamie Kennedy. He's at the state capitol again. And Jamie, this was one of the first scenes we saw earlier tonight. The police and the National Guard wanting to make sure that the protesters, if there were any vandals among them, that they did not come anywhere near that big gold dome behind you.
Exactly, Rick. So many of the National Guard out there trying to protect the people who are protesting in the right way, but also protecting all the infrastructure around there. And that's what Governor Kemp was saying to us earlier today, just about how the National Guard will be out here for as long as necessary to keep the streets safe, to keep the protesters safe, and to keep those who aren't protesting out of harm's way as well. Now, the Governor also spoke to us today saying that he has been in constant contact with the NAACP about the different groups who have been protesting out there, just to try and ask them if they recognise this certain group or if they know anything about them, just trying to be in constant dialogue, because he said, once again, reiterating that he wants people out there protesting peacefully. He wants to respect the protesters and their voice and listen to them, but there are a number of people who are here to create chaos, to create to commit crimes and trying to really disrupt the whole situation. We also had Vic Reynolds from the GBI who spoke a little bit earlier and had this to say.
We are convinced that based on the information and intelligence we have, there are individuals here from various groups around the country, a lot of which are bent primarily on destruction and violence. And so we're seeing that both in our intelligence gathering, our social media posts that we review daily, and what our agents and various officers have seen actually boots on the ground.
So then he also said that there have been a number of arrests. He didn't have an exact number, but there have been a number of arrests of those protesters that have been from out of the state, to confirm that there have been people from outside states coming here to create crime and violence, in his words. So then there's a lot to dissect in terms of exactly which groups are coming here. He wouldn't give exact names or say exactly how many have come here, because they're still trying to gather all of that intelligence. And they also spoke about how this Thursday, with the Ahmaud Arbery case with the McMichaels and with William Roddy, who will be video conferencing in, but they will have that hearing this Thursday, and said that there will be a large contingency of police officers down there to protect that whole situation, and also talked about how through that whole process down in Brunswick that there have been a number of protests, and that the GBI, the GSP, have actually been working with those groups to help them protest in the right manner and protect them, and said they are absolutely willing to work with protesters to make sure it can be done in a safe way. But at the moment, with all the chaos that's happening, it's really hard to protect those that are trying to do it in the correct manner, protest and have their voices heard, while trying to weed out those people who are doing it in a destructive manner. So a lot to dissect and in the coming days with that, and also and how the GBI is going to really make sure and stay on top of that to create a safe place for everyone protesting. Rick and Sean.
And Jamie, this developing within the last 30 minutes. The governor's office also addressed the pandemic here in Atlanta with the protesters and the need for them to get COVID-19 tests. But Governor Kemp just tweeted to President Trump that he hopes that he has Georgia on his mind, because North Carolina has dropped out to host the 2020 Republican National Convention, and Governor Kemp is clearly pushing for it to come to Atlanta.
Exactly, Sean. We know that's been a big cry from the governor, saying for the RNC convention to come here. We asked him a little earlier, and he said he'd only just seen that they decided to really not allow a large crowd in with what the RNC usually has. So he said that he wasn't able to necessarily comment then, but we know how strongly he feels about it. And as we can see there from the tweet, still very much trying to convince President Trump to get the RNC here. And we've heard earlier that how much of a boost to the economy that would have here for the state of Georgia. Sean.
All right, Jamie, thank you very much. Keep us posted if you hear anything from the Capitol. As we head back out onto the streets, Astrid Martinez standing by. And Astrid, you've got some law enforcement behind you that looks very relaxed tonight. It's a much different pose, much different sense and feel than what we have witnessed over the last couple of nights.
Yeah, this right now actually looks like if somebody yelled cut at the end of a movie scene. Everybody just, hanging out. There's water bottles everywhere. And that's usually what happens when I cover, entertainment pieces. Things like this are left behind and a crew comes in and sweeps them up. But no, this is real life, and this has been taking place here in downtown Atlanta for the last 5 nights. In the morning, we see hours of beautiful demonstrations, and I actually want to show you some of the incredible sights that I saw today. Something very unique from the last 4 days, where I saw people, driving these school buses, spray painted with all different kind of messages. But first, also, this is incredible. I don't know how these two guys got horses, but they were riding them up and down Spring Street.
This is Georgia,
and they did that,
it's Georgia. We have horses.
It was hilarious. I loved it. And I love the school buses and the students on it. They had messages. I love the marches. They started here in downtown and went all the way to Midtown, made their way back. Hundreds and hundreds of people. And every time we got near an intersection, then we saw people joining the protest. The bus joined in the middle of all, these people, and they all wanted to be heard. They wanted to be out here. And the fact that you had so many people marching, I think it's a show of how much the country needs unity, but also how much Black people need equality, how much they need justice. You have people from all different backgrounds, all different ages, male, female, coming out here with one message: Black Lives Matter. Unfortunately, what always happens towards that 9 o'clock hour that we've been mentioning is that there's, people that hijack the protest. They use this for their own agenda, which is to cause chaos, to make things look bad, to get video on social media. There's so many different reasons why people are out here, but the most important one is to change. We've been talking about how Atlanta is a city of love and a city of unity, and one sound that a lady really said to me around, I think, the 6-7 o'clock hour was Atlanta is also a city of segregation. It's a city where there were the birth of civil rights, but that was painful, so they can achieve some form of equality, which they still don't have till this day. I want to play you her sound at the 11 o'clock hour, so I want you to tune in, because that's actually very poignant. The reason that people are here is because they're hurt. So don't just paint a city out to be one of just love, because obviously the country is going through so much. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be where we're at today.
Astrid, you've done a phenomenal job reporting and survived several rounds of tear gas. So we applaud you, and the rest of our crew have done an exceptional job. I know, Alicia Roberts, you're over at the live desk. You've got more information about the fact Atlanta's not the only one dealing with protests.
That's right, Sean. As we continue to monitor the situation here in Atlanta, which again heightened at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Again, the scene today was mostly peaceful. We did observe that across the nation. Let's take a look right now from New York City, where hundreds of thousands of protesters gathered once again tonight. Now, last night, that city doubled its police presence from about 4,000 troops to 8,000 officers. Police did make several hundred arrests, up to 700 people arrested for crimes there. Bill de Blasio reiterating, though, he did not want to use National Guard troops there. That curfew has been extended through all week. So for the rest of the week, at least in New York, maybe Atlanta will follow. 8 p.m. is the mandatory curfew there. If we can, I want to show you some images as well from Houston, Texas. This was earlier today. Thousands marched. This is George Floyd's hometown. And what we heard was that the protests were mostly peaceful, and you can see that there, crowds assembling along with law enforcement officers. They had their signs, they had their chants, but they stayed peaceful. Also, let's go to Washington, D.C. Thousands today back on the streets there. Today we saw hundreds really in many sit-in protests. They also raised their fist in silence. Most of these protests happening outside the White House. yesterday. A very different scene. This was law enforcement, and we heard Attorney General Bill Barr enforcing those crowds to get out. They were mostly peaceful until this point. This as the president made a press appearance before St. John's Church just after he spoke in the Rose Garden last night. By the way, a 7 o'clock curfew in place in Washington, D.C. And finally, to the West Coast we go. It's 3 hours behind us now. Protesters out in force again. This is in Hollywood, California. The groups we heard could be heard shouting, "I can't breathe," and "Walk with us." Again, fortunately here in California, despite thousands turning out and marching through those crowded streets, those protests remained peaceful. We are continuing to monitor the situation. Many cities have been violent throughout the day. We saw outbursts in Chicago and Philadelphia. We will have more of the latest of how the nation is reacting coming up tonight at 11. Sean and Rick.
Alicia, thanks very much. Let's go back out to Brittany Edney, who's standing by. And Brittany, it seems like Astrid and where she's located, it seems very quiet where you are now, too. A good thing.
Rick, it is a good thing, and we are back by the Skyview, and on our way down towards this area, I stopped and spoke with 3 APD officers who happened to comment and echo a very similar sentiment to Astrid earlier, who was mentioning it's so sad that today, amongst all the peaceful protests, all of these special moments that we were able to capture here live on television, that people really will remember that final 10 to 15 minutes of the night. One APD officer even told me, I had a really positive day today, because she says, as a black woman, she said people were coming up and asking how she felt about things as a police officer, and she had very productive conversation. Take a look at this moment, though, that we captured. It was so special. It was when a bicycle response team member went into the crowd of protesters hand in hand with 2 other protesters, and they, he felt comfortable enough earlier in the day to go into that mass crowd and to have conversations, and it was just a very positive scene out here earlier today. So those are the kind of moments that we definitely want to emphasize and not forget this evening.
And Brittany, before we let you go, just real quickly, we know that Antonio Brown, you also interviewed him, the city councilman who represents District 3. He says that Thursday morning at 10:30, the same day that George Floyd's funeral will be happening in Houston, there will be a peaceful protest from the Martin Luther King Memorial site, reflecting Atlantans respectfully and in peace marching in his honor.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. And I really want to also talk a little bit about that moment with Antonio, because he was able, of a crowd, maybe from our estimate, around 500 to 1,000 people, able to get everyone in one moment to come to silence, to take a kneel. It was such a powerful moment, just because we've had days of just noise and ruckus and confusion and a variation of tension going back and forth. And to have everyone quiet in one space, it was just so powerful. It's really hard to describe, and he was able to do that. And again, then things just kind of took a turn once it hit that 9 p.m. curfew. But he is really talking about this push for the city to obey that 9 p.m. curfew, so we can continue to have the message heard and not be diluted by any type of violence. Sean?
Right, Brittany, because the curfew will not lift until the violence is over. We'll have to see if Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms will extend it into a 5th day. Let's go to Barmel Lyons. Barmel, you're at the location where many have been detained that were captured by law enforcement, and it was a lot of them.
That's right. There was a lot of people detained, and that was the previous image you saw in my last shot. But I really want to take you out to right here, because we are at Centennial Olympic Park at the intersection of Marietta Street, where a lot of people were doing peaceful protests throughout the day. And this is some of the things that they put up. This right here is another powerful moment. You can see crosses with the names of those who have died at the hands of police brutality. Now check it out. We see Michael Brown, Eric Garner. I mean, as you start looking at the names, it just really hits you, and it's getting me emotional. You can even see a cross that says no more, meaning no more violence, no more people affected by what's sort of happening in the world. I mean, a lot of people had powerful statements, and this is just one of them. As we've heard a lot of reporters talk about today, we saw people take a knee, in protest, saying, hey, we want our voices heard. We want people to understand our message, that we want justice not only for George Floyd, but just justice for all the community. Black lives do matter. I want to show you right here behind me. You can see the National Guard as well as some Atlanta PD in the area circulating, because this is sort of where the peaceful protest began. But as the time went on, as it hit 9 o'clock, this is where the tear gas was deployed and it started to sort of turn left. But overall, the message has been clear. The message has been announced. And I mean, this is day 5. We're moving into day 5 of protests all around downtown Atlanta. And today, it seemed as though more people allowed themselves to circulate and not stay in one area. But we were moving all over Atlanta downtown today. But again, if we take one more look at these crosses, this statement that you see right here speaks volumes and will continue to speak volumes for the community. As you look at these names, you can see these are individuals, these are people. That's what a lot of people were telling me as they posted these signs, as they put it together. I mean, you see the American flags, you can see Breonna Taylor. I mean, as we walk past George Floyd, I mean, it's just, I'm sure anyone who's watching this right now can feel very overwhelmed with emotion, especially because this is what the protest is about. This is what they're fighting for. They want these names remembered, they want these names heard, and they want change. So no other life like you see here on these crosses will be lost.
Barmel Lyons live for us, so poignant. Barmel, thank you very much, and thank you for capturing those images of the crosses that were put up with the American flag on top. And I think it's important to remember the First Amendment right that we all have as American citizens to congregate, to gather, and to protest peacefully against our government, against our police, against whatever we want. This is our right as Americans, and that is a right that was exercised today and has been exercised for the last several days in this city and other cities around the country. Yes, there have been moments of violence. Yes, there has been looting, but overall, it has been a message of peace and justice that we will continue to cover for you. We have news coming up at 11 o'clock on CBS 46. Team coverage then. We'll see you then. Have a great evening.
Have a good night. Can we do it in here?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. You ready, Rick? Rick, you ready?
I'm ready. In 3, 2. A fifth day of mass protests. Demonstrators march for change in Atlanta.
Plus, officers cracking down with the city under curfew. Governor Kemp urging protesters to send a peaceful message.
Students stunned and dragged from their cars. 6 police officers now facing charges.
Are we doing this too, or is it just pre-pro, Rick? I'll just take the first, you take the second.
Okay.
Beaten and left for dead.
Reaction after protesters attack the manager of Underground Atlanta.
Plus, the video sparked nationwide protests and outrage. Now, the Minneapolis Police Department. Plus, the video sparked nationwide protests and outrage. Now, the Minneapolis Police Department now facing a statewide investigation.
And they know the pain all too well. Grieving mothers speak out on police brutality.
Oh my gosh. I have like brain drain. Other law enforcement agencies are now pulling out of Atlanta, no longer willing to help with protesters. Good evening, I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Folbaum. And this started with the stunning video that CBS 46 shot exclusively of officers tasing two college students. The mayor and the police chief watched that video, fired two officers, and charged them. Today, 4 more officers were charged.
And just minutes ago, CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy obtained an internal memo from Chief Erica Shields explaining how that led to other agencies pulling out. Jamie, good evening.
Good evening, Sean. Yeah, this really is an explosive development in that situation. So Chief Shields saying that she never spoke to the mayor about any charges for the 4 other officers. So we'll just read you some of that email tonight that we have obtained. So one of the things that Chief Erica Shields says regarding those 4 other officers is, our intention was to carry out an administrative investigation into the actions of the other officers on scene. Criminal charges were never part of any discussion that I, Chief Erica Shields, had with the mayor or her administration. She goes on to say, I called the DA and strongly expressed my concern both to the appropriateness and the timing of any charges. She continues, multiple agencies that were assisting us in managing this incredibly volatile time have pulled out effective immediately. They are not comfortable with their employees being leveraged politically by the potential of also facing criminal charges. So you can see there a multitude of explosive things coming from Chief Shields, talking to her officers that are obviously facing a huge task at the moment to keep the city safe. So we're still working to find out exactly which agencies have pulled out and trying to find out exactly when they did so. But as you can see from just what we have told you exclusively tonight, explosive things from Chief Erica Shields at odds with the DA's office and them charging those 4 other officers involved in that exclusive footage we showed you earlier, Rick and Sean.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
Atlanta's making their voices heard. Day 5 of protests over the death of George Floyd. Peaceful demonstrations stretching from the state capitol to Centennial Olympic Park and across Metro Atlanta. Peaceful protests giving way to another night of chaos and destruction.
Police and National Guard troops clashed with downtown crowds right as the 9 p.m. curfew was settling in, and you can see the protesters running for cover. They're jumping over the fence into a construction site as tear gas is deployed to disperse the crowds. Governor Brian Kemp saying earlier today that he knows many Georgians are afraid, are angry, but he's urging everyone to protest peacefully.
I support the right to peacefully protest, to honor the life of George Floyd, and to demand action.
The governor says he will not tolerate disruptive or dangerous behavior during these demonstrations. Our team coverage begins now with Ashley Thompson, and what started out as peaceful has turned into some destruction and looting too, right, Ashley?
That's right. And take a look at all of this, Rick. This is just some of the inventory that was returned in the last 5 minutes by Georgia State University police officer. They're dropping some of this off. Let's take you back to 8:30, though, when all of this began. We believe that someone picked up a rock and threw it into the glass door here at this Foot Locker at Underground. And as you can see, they used a lot of force to push that metal fencing, went into the store, really just clearing it out. And since we've been here, we've seen some people kind of going in and out of the store, grabbing boxes, grabbing whatever they can. You could see it's really just emptied out inside of there. We've got some video of some of those people going in and out of the store not too long ago. And so this is the scene out here right now. Want to tell you, believe it or not, we were able to speak with one of those gentlemen who was leaving the store. Listen to what he said. So who are you getting stuff for?
Everybody.
Are you selling it or are you giving it?
I'm selling it.
Okay, what you doing with the money?
Nah. Huh?
What you doing with the money?
I don't know about that yet.
All right, right then, but some pretty incredible moments happening out here in the last 5 minutes or so. There were dozens of law enforcement officers over here in the street, and they were apprehending 2 people who they found inside of the store. And really, they just had a heart-to-heart conversation with both of those gentlemen and explained to them that, you know, they're better than this and that they should not be out here looting and doing this type of activity. And they actually let those 2 gentlemen go. They did have their hands tied for a little bit. They were apprehended, but after about 10 minutes of speaking with them, Georgia State University police officers actually let them go. And we spoke with one of them who was on his way home. Back to you guys.
Wow. Wow. All right, let's go to CBS 46's Astrid Martinez. And Astrid, you were there as police and National Guard troops deployed tear gas on protesters.
Well, people want change and they want it now. For the most part, 90% of the people that were here protesting all day, they were peaceful. They wanted to get their message across, and they wanted to bring that message right to the front lines of law enforcement. But as soon as you get close to that 9 o'clock hour, 8:53, 8:57, you start seeing that infiltrators, they hijack the protests. You start seeing people, make their way closer to the police and then start launching water bottles. They even have their own smoke grenades that they launch. So that's when, of course, you're going to see the law enforcement move in. You're going to see the National Guard start deploying their own tear gas. We were right here when our cameras caught all of that, and they quickly moved them out of the area. This has become something that we're seeing every single day. And I know I've talked about how Atlanta is a city that is known for unity, that it's known for the birth of the civil rights movement, but a soundbite that a young lady gave to me really stuck with me. She told me, it's not just known for that. These are her words. I couldn't play her sound for you today, but she says Atlanta is also known as a city for segregation, for civil rights. There's a lot of generational trauma, people who are in pain, immigration issues. This isn't just a city with a lot of black businesses. It's a city with a lot of pain. And we know that because of what's going on across the country. Right now, this city, definitely this country is demanding unity, but it's also demanding equality and justice. And they'll be back tomorrow. That's what they told me. And law enforcement will be back as well. That's all for downtown Atlanta. I'm Astrid Martinez, CBS 46 News.
Astrid, thank you. Well, we saw a variety of protesters today using all kinds of transportation. Take a look at these 2 demonstrators. We caught them riding on horses near Centennial Olympic Park. Other protesters arrived by bicycle, by bus, or by car. And we saw many signs of peace between protesters and police on the front lines tonight. CBS 46's Brittany Edney joins us live with that part of the story. Brittany.
Rick, right now law enforcement is wrapping everything up here outside of CNN, and we have seen just a variety of situations out here during this day of protesting. I want to share with you, though, a very special moment that we captured live on CBS 46 from earlier today. It is when a officer went out hand in hand with protesters from the line of the bicycle response team into that crowd of protesters. It was very nice to see that he was comfortable enough to head out into such a large crowd. Also from there, we had City Councilman Antonio Brown start speaking to this crowd and ultimately was able to get everyone to have a moment of silence and to sit down. And here's a little bit of the message that he shared.
There's a way to organize peaceful protesting where we can demand solutions to these issues of our government and elected officials. As an elected official, I understand what is necessary to move this conversation forward into a place of action.
And that message went out in full. I can tell you that a large number of that crowd went home, but unfortunately a smaller fraction stayed behind, and that's when we saw things escalate at around 8:55 p.m. Councilman Brown, of course, saying that he doesn't want that to be what was remembered from this day. Reporting live in downtown Atlanta, I'm Brittany Edney, CBS 46 News.
Brittany, thank you. CBS 46's Barmel Lyons continues our team coverage tonight. And Barmel, we saw plenty of protests that remained calm for the most part.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. I mean, we're seeing the end of day 5, and it's been powerful today. You can see people wrapping up, but check this out, a line of crosses, powerful statements just like this one. I want to take you out to the video, though, because in that video, you'll see protesters walk from Centennial Olympic Park to the Capitol, where they took a knee in protest, yelling Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace. But things took a turn when tear gas and rubber bullets were deployed, and that's the beginning of where we saw that mass police presence kick off for protesters. I mean, it was crazy how everyone dispersed as the tear gas sort of came. It was hard to breathe. People unable to sort of breathe through their nose, closing their eyes. But I want to take it back out here because this is the true statement of what we need to see. You see these crosses, they speak volumes. You can see the cross of George Floyd. These crosses symbolize the lines of people who have died to injustice within the community. And they're saying basically these names will not be forgotten. These names will not be forgotten, but you will see them, you will hear them. And overall, the protest was peaceful. And they just want to get their message heard and seen. Back to you.
Mel, thank you. Right now from the live desk, protests continue not only in Atlanta, but across the nation. Want to take you live to Boston, Massachusetts, where we still see police on scene. President Trump has authorized governors to use National Guard troops to maintain the peace. That being said, it was not peaceful in nearby Brockton, Massachusetts, where tear gas and screams rang out as officers dispersed protesters outside police headquarters. That happened earlier tonight. Meantime, peace was maintained earlier today as thousands marched in Houston, Texas. That is George Floyd's hometown. Thousands also back on the streets here in Washington, D.C. today. Take a look. Demonstrations in solemn sit-ins were the name of the game near the White House. Last night, officers in riot gear used tear gas on demonstrators. A 7 p.m. curfew is now in effect there. And finally, here in California, hundreds marched in harmony through Hollywood this afternoon. The groups could be heard chanting, "I can't breathe," and "Walk with us." Tear gas had to be used in Philadelphia today as looting continued. New York City's curfew has already been extended through the end of the week. From the live desk, Alicia Roberts, CBS 46 News.
Beaten and left for dead.
All that does is create hatred.
Reaction after protesters attack the manager of Underground Atlanta.
Plus, the video sparked nationwide protests and outrage. Now the Minneapolis Police Department now facing a statewide investigation.
And they know the pain all too well.
Murder is unacceptable.
Grieving mothers speak out on police brutality.
Following this breaking information, it happened within the last 90 minutes. Governor Brian Kemp making it known he wants the Republican National Convention to come to Georgia. Take a look in a tweet. Brian Kemp writing, "Hope you have Georgia on your mind." That was to President Trump's earlier tweet. Earlier today, North Carolina's governor said he couldn't guarantee the August event would be a full capacity one due to the coronavirus. And to that, the president saying he was forced to seek another state to host. I have reached out to the Georgia GOP to comment on whether or not they are mobilizing. No word just yet back. We will keep you posted. Right now from the live desk, Alicia Roberts, CBS 46 News.
Minnesotans, you can expect our administration to use every tool at our disposal to try and deconstruct systemic racism that is generations deep.
Developing tonight, the governor of Minnesota announcing a state investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. The state filed civil rights charges over the death of George Floyd in police custody. Minneapolis police fired the 4 officers involved, but only 1 has been arrested and charged. Protesters are calling for the other 3 to also be arrested.
New tonight, a heartbreaking statement from the mother of George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter.
If it's a problem she's having and she needs her dad, she does not have that anymore. I'm here for my baby. And I'm here for George because I want justice for him.
Roxy Washington is her name, and she could not hold back her tears as she spoke publicly for the first time. Washington says George will never get to see his daughter Gigi grow up, graduate, or walk down the aisle. She wanted everyone to know that he was a good father. Washington is asking that all officers involved in Floyd's death be held accountable. Tonight, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp weighing in on protests amid the coronavirus pandemic. Today, protesters crammed in front of the state capitol, many of them not wearing masks, not social distancing. CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy has more.
Governor Brian Kemp's latest COVID-19 update dominated by the daily protests.
We want people to protest and let their voice be heard in the right way and within respect to the law.
At points stating his immense frustration with disruptors.
They're stealing cones off the street to direct traffic so that when the tear gas goes out, they can sit the cone and pour a bottle of water on it to put it out. Those are not people here to peacefully protest. They are here to disrupt, to injure the men and women that are on the streets trying to keep the peaceful protesters safe.
He says his office has been speaking daily with the NAACP about various groups who are attending the protests, trying to weed out the ones who are here for the wrong reasons.
We are convinced that based on the information and intelligence we have, there are individuals here from various groups around the country, a lot of which are bent primarily on destruction and violence.
Since Friday, more than 350 protesters have been arrested, not all from Georgia.
We have seen individuals from out of state. We have seen some of the people arrested from out of state that we know of from the first night or two.
Now that was Jamie Kennedy reporting. The property manager of Underground Atlanta, beaten, unconscious, and left for dead. Craig Waters. These images are tough to look at. Got a call just before midnight Friday from a security company about several stores being damaged by protesters. When he came to survey the damage, Waters' wife says a group attacked him, punched him, kicked him to the ground. An employee in Underground Atlanta we talked to was shocked.
You have an innocent man that was just coming down, checking on the property that he manages, and happened to get beat up, right? So all that does is create hatred.
We're told Waters sustained a fractured skull and other significant bodily injuries. New information tonight. 2 suspects are under arrest months after the death of a retired Gwinnett County deputy. Tavares Noah and Prince Robertson were taken into custody today. Police say they will be charged with murder in the death of Felix Cosme. In January, Cosme was working security at O'Reilly Auto Parts in Beaufort when he was shot during an armed robbery. Investigators identified both suspects after a robbery at another auto parts store on June 1st. And right now, Tropical Storm Cristobal is moving up the Gulf Coast. It is the 3rd named storm, and it's the only second official day of the Atlantic hurricane season. Meteorologist Ella Dorsey, she joins us now with more on the system. And Ella, it's kind of early for this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Sean. Actually, this is the earliest we've ever seen 3 named storms ever in a hurricane season. So the season is getting started very quickly now. Here's a look at where Tropical Storm Cristobal is. The 11 p.m. update, which just came into our newsroom around 20 minutes ago, has upped the sustained winds, so this storm is strengthening. Now has sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. It is located in the Bay of Campeche, which is in the southern Gulf of Mexico. It's going to meander right around the Cancun area, the Bay of Campeche, through Thursday afternoon. Then it shoots up through the Gulf and towards the United States. It looks like right now, by Sunday night, it will be right off of the coast of Louisiana. Now, we all know that these things could change, but it does look like right now impacts will be to the west of Georgia. So here's a look at for us tomorrow. We are going to see mostly cloudy skies, especially in the afternoon. It will be overcast. Temperatures will be warm though, muggy in the mid to even upper 80s. I'm gonna go with a forecast high of 87 degrees. If we get that right, our donation will increase to $150 of the month to the Giving Kitchen for the 3-degree guarantee. Now, after tomorrow, we may see a stray shower or two, but it does look pretty dry. But after tomorrow, we start to see moisture increase, work its way back in. And by Friday and Saturday, we're going to see scattered afternoon thunderstorms. Now, here's a look at where Tropical Storm Cristobal will be by Saturday morning. You can see we'll see increasing clouds here in Georgia, but most of the rain through the weekend will be down to our south in parts of the Gulf of Mexico, South Georgia, and Florida. However, if this storm were to shift its track a little bit to the east, all those heavy bands of rainfall you see in Florida could make it up into North Georgia. So this is definitely something that could impact our weather this weekend and towards next week. So we're going to definitely have to watch it develop. If it did impact us, it would just be a heck of a lot of rain. We would not get the wind and hurricane conditions. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast, which by the way is Atlanta's most accurate forecast. After tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms, not widespread, but spotty through the afternoons. And then as we head towards the weekend and next week, we will have to watch for potential impacts of Tropical Storm Cristobal.
Thank you, Ella. Standing up for protesters, Georgia's own Stacey Abrams weighs in on the demand for justice in an exclusive interview with CBS 46.
I think. We'll see.
Mothers grieving loved ones killed by police are demanding justice and change. Members of the group Grieve rallied at Liberty Plaza across from the state capitol today. We talked to Modi Benjamin. Her son Javis was killed by a DeKalb County police officer. And despite recommendations for an indictment, no charges were ever brought against the officer.
Every last one of our cases are to a point where we'll get all the way to the court system, but we will have the prosecutor, along with the judges, along with the state and federal, they all side with the police officers.
The group is now backing legislation introduced by Congressman Hank Johnson that would allow federal oversight in investigating cases against law enforcement. Tonight, we're hearing exclusively from Georgia's own Stacey Abrams about protests across our country.
In a conversation today with CBS 46's Karen Greer, Abrams says denying people the ability to protest is un-American. She says demonstrators have the right to be angry at systemic racism. The former gubernatorial candidate says while policy change is long overdue, voting alone will not solve the problem.
So many people are saying that instead of perhaps protesting on the streets and marching, people take those protests to elections, to going to vote.
This should not be divorced from another. They have to operate in tandem, and it's going to be the uncomfortable and awkward responsibility of elected officials to let those voices be heard through civil unrest, because that is what makes us a democracy.
Abrams says her organization, Fair Fight, is working to make sure all voices will be heard in next week's primaries.
Hawks coach Lloyd Pierce and Tech's Jeff Collins talk about discussions with their players over the recent events. Next in sports. Yes. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. That's sports, I'm Fred. Yeah. Sean? That's sports, Sean? Okay.
Now CBS 46 Sports with Fred Khalil.
Hawks coach Lloyd Pierce was one of several NBA coaches selected for a new coaches committee focused on fighting racial injustice in NBA cities. Pierce has been very outspoken over the need for action in the wake of George Floyd's murder a week ago. Monday, the NBA Coaches Association released a statement saying, "We cannot treat Floyd's death as an isolated incident of outrage." Pierce talked about what we all saw here in Atlanta over the weekend.
There's a lot that's going on. I'm learning. There's a lot that's going on that the people that are down there protesting, that initially started protesting, were protesting George Floyd's death. But we're also in a pandemic, and we're also sheltered in, and there's also a high rate of unemployment, and there's also a huge disparity as who that's affecting in the African-American community. And there's a lot of people that are out of work, that don't have health care access, that aren't being educated or getting the proper rights at the same education. They just don't have the access. And so they're down there too, and they're angry, and they're expressing their anger.
Meantime, Georgia Tech football coach Jeff Collins continues to have serious conversations with his players over what has transpired. And Collins, an Atlanta area native, wants his guys to know he is with them.
I'm not always going to be perfect. I'm not always going to say the right thing. I might not say the right thing at the right time to truly make an impact. But just know and understand that my heart is for you guys. My heart is for the Black community in Atlanta, in the Southeast, nationwide, and even globally.
That's sports. Sean?
All right. Thanks, Fred. Meteorologist Ella Dorsey is up next, right after the break.